started. So we have discussed about the basic intent to Ansible, how it works, and what are the modules in Ansible. Then basics about static inventory. So what's in for today? We are going to discuss what are the Ansible playbooks. Then we'll discuss what is dynamic inventory. Then we'll create our playbook for creating a web server. After some time on Ansible roles, I think that one, the last thing would be some tips and tricks to manage Ansible playbooks or roles. So that, and it's 1 here, 1:47 p.m. So I think the whole session may take 6 hours. The whole the discussion thing may take up to 6 hours. So that should we will take a half an hour break in between whenever you get. So let me open PPT quickly. I will discuss after some time. First, let's discuss playbook. Okay, so what are Ansible playbooks? Are just way to send command to a remote computer in a scripted way. Because when we are running Ansible module or running ad hoc commands, basically, we manually type command. We need to remember install NTP package. So I have to remember first I need to install package, then to start the service, then I need to do whatever checks I want to do. I can't do in I start the service without installing package, because there's some work for us and useful when you are going to do some quick thing. Like you want to check uptime of 100 servers, you want to know what is the IP address configured. In that way, ad hoc are very useful. If you have to reboot a couple of servers, then with ad hoc commands. But in case you're doing some automation, you need to run or execute the task in some way. So playbooks are a way where we can make order, like first this thing need to be done and this will do this particular thing or particular command. Once this particular module finish its work, it will call module. So that's dependencies we can create. So this is and written in YAML language. So to stick with formatting, that's the main thing for the playbook. Then I have added a playbook. So what are the main things which we have to define in a playbook? Static inventory. So you know what is inventory. So here if you see host, okay, the first 3 dashes mean part of sorry. This is playbook. In the symbol format, that's dash host code. What it means, we are defining on which servers the book need to be executed. Here you can define your group. Here you define a server, individual server. That's up to you. If you all, it will get executed on all servers. If you find this one particular group, it will get executed on that particular group. If you know any server, it will be executed. In let's say you have defined all here, all let's say in all there are 10 servers, but you don't want to change here, but you limit your playbook. When you playbook, you can say even it's all here, but I want to limit it to one server only. So that's something we can do during our demo session. Then user to be used for communication or performing the task. You remember yesterday we used -u to specify user. So user something here, that user becomes a user which this playbook will use by default. Become mean become, yes, it means this user can become root. Become basically, if you remember, let me quickly bring up the configuration files. So I know like things are going very quick, so it may make some confusion, so I will give you practical things. If sudo user is root, use statement become mean what user to be, what this user can become. So that root after sudo. Mean this user can change itself. Because what method to be used, as I mentioned yesterday, there are two methods, sudo or su. So Ansible playbooks recommended method is sudo. We have already configured sudo. So definition. We specify task basically, like tasks need to be performed. Now tasks are basically your modules. Here say dash is the start of a task. Recommended like name is a parameter. You give I given number 1, install latest version of HTTP or Apache. Then module, module, its name is equal to HTTPD, state equal to present. If you remember, this was the argument which we passed with our so this is module name and this is the is done. Second task. Okay. Next dash come. What it means? This is the separate task. This is not continuation with that task. And there's a thing like in one task you can use module only. It's here you use yum in first line, second line, copy, third line, file. No, that's not. That will not work at present. Task to start HTTPD service. I'm using service module. Then third, copy the standard index.html file. I want to copy my custom file. So when telling use copy module, source will be this index.html, destination will be this one. This need to be moved. After configure Apache tool. Fourth, I'm using command module because that seems easy to me. I'm running IP table -i input 1. This is the command. Like this is IP table command. That I'm saving IP table rule, and we can test whether this content is working or not. So let's work on this one first. Let's create an Apache server quickly. Next thing. So I go to take a copy of this one. So create a playbook. You can use any extension. So some guys used YAML, some guys used YAML. That's up to you what you want to use. If you here a couple of playbooks I have used YAML on couple of YAML. Even can put some other extension like Programpolo, whatever extension, that not matters. But too nice by looking at file name, like it's a YAML file. Basically, you can put YAML or YML. Some people use YML. I can stick with that one, but personally, it not makes any difference. Playbook file, and let me show you what is inside file again. We have discussed. So comments need to be where the hash. We all know. Reading this line. Okay. So something this playbook will do, and let's here. If you see this time on all. On host, I have specified all, means all server. I have updated my inventory file a little bit.
Meaning of 3 items will it make?
That syntax of YML file. Start whenever you run any shell script or create any shell script, you specify interpreter before, right? Like hash big as something. So that's the same way. Like that YAML format. Niti, okay. Niti also joined this session. That's good. So okay. Let me quickly show you my inventory file. I updated it a little bit today morning. And server, that's Amazon EC2 server. Okay, this IP address. So let's make this server web server today. Before this is the server. Let me give you rpm -qa grep. Sorry, httpd tool install. Actual httpd package is not installed at present, so let me remove this one. I am not sure whether this is required. Okay, so we don't have any http package, and let me show you where www, which is basically document root, to configure this server as web server. So we have to do now to call a Ansible playbook. You remember yesterday we used Ansible command only, right? To call module. To playbook we use Ansible playbook. Then we have to tell which playbook. I'm saying this playbook webserver.pyml, because by default this playbook goes host : it means it will execute on all these servers. But I don't want this book to execute it on. So one thing I can do in host particular YAML file, I can update server host is equal to this one. I don't modify file, so I can say -l. -l means limit. This thing discussed yesterday. With limit, I'm saying run this playbook only on this particular server, or I say this particular group. We got one server only. Up to you. Let's try with this one because we haven't tried the IP. So when I run, the first thing it will do, it will run setup module. If you see it, basically setup module. You remember yesterday we executed setup module to collect information about the host, whether the host is up and running, what is the operating system, how many IPs it got, all information. So that is something. And if you see, it took only 5-6 seconds, I believe. Or is configured. Let me. Are we working or not? Okay, man. This is web page. Like Amazon, so anyone can access this particular IP and see. And in 6 seconds, we have created a web server. Because I'm not sure how to do HTML programming or HTML formatting. Otherwise, I could make it a good site. So you can see, man, in 5 seconds only, we have created our web server for Ansible. Any question as of now? You can ask question on playbook.
Can you playbook again?
Yeah, this is a playbook. Checking playbook, a couple of recommendations on writing playbook. I would need to be very name. If I have task like this will also work. Let me show you. If I'm this line, here say escape by dash. Yeah. It will still work. Like command name, because name is not a mandatory thing. But it is recommended to have a name. See the difference. I am saying name. Here I am pressing Ctrl C. The issue. If you say when it's running this task number 1, it said installing latest version of the whatever name was. So I was aware what this particular task is doing. But what happened now after commenting? It is running YUM module. So by default, it will say which module it is running. I am not sure what this module is doing. So description. It was good to have description. Go through playbook and ask your doubts. Go to next thing.
So I said whatever the internally whatever it is, what is the syntax, like what exactly it is doing? How can we verify IT?
Okay. No, Paula, separate question. But are you clear what this playbook is doing now? How is happening?
Execution part only. Like first, what exactly it is doing? It is trying to install the packages. trying to start the service or what exactly it is doing?
Okay, so by step, the first step is like, okay, I'm repeating everything again. I thought I explained, but let me repeat it again. So first of all, this is start of YML format. Even you don't define this one, this default, but it is a suggestion or recommendation. Just define 3 dashes. It means anyone who checks your file, he is aware that it like this is YML format. Then dash host. Dash host means why put it dash only here, no in front of everything in this first 4 thing. I have to only define this is my inventory. I can say is inventory only, the whole part. So only is needed because there is a single configuration. So host mean on server this playbook will be executed. I said all. Or I can say here one particular server, one particular group. Then the need to execute this particular playbook. I'm saying EC2 user because that's on Amazon, so I thought to use Amazon user. Because mean this user can become root of the Ansible parameters. Method to be used to become root sudo. After that, we are starting the tasks. Tasks are basically the modules which we use. I can space to make it more so dash name. Name is something like you are putting a name. Here you can put your name Raghuram Pola in this particular lab. You can put something Ansible lab install, whatever you want. That's no issue. Name should be descriptive. We can easily identify, okay, this particular task is doing this thing. Then the name we have used module. You remember yum module we used yesterday? So after that colon, after that its argument started. So the argument name stpd need to be installed, its state need to be present. One second step is copy the standard index.html file. I am copying my custom file. And source I have said index.html. Note I haven't specified complete path. What it means from directory from running this playbook, this one needs to be present there. I have created a file. Then destination is where www.html index.html, which is called document root of a web server. Mode need to be 0664. So this copied. Once this file gets copied, I'm saying create one IP root to accept traffic on port 80. Then the rule using again command module using IP table save command, and I'm starting my HTTPD service. That's it. Modules only, man. Confusion about?
No. Internal execution, like while running the script, like how it is getting executed. I have that one. What is
not a script? This is okay. Let me tell. It will make any difference. Okay, you want to see this? So only it is doing same thing which we discussed. With setup module, making connection first, like connection established. Then is installing Apache package. Already seen this one yesterday. Like it used one module to install package. After that, now it is copying the standard config file. It is SFTP. See here, as I mentioned, for file copying, it is using SFTP. Then it is using creating Apache rule. This Apache rule got created. It is saving the rule now. Rule saved. Now it is starting the HTTPD service. Okay. Started and our web server configured.
In index.html, what content is inside?
Not matters, but I will show you. This is the content. You put anything, Raghuram Bola. That's not the issue. This is thing I created for my demo. You can put anything. it's still taking your name, Raghuram Pola. It is not happy with your name. So let me touch it so it can read the new configuration.
Start.
Picking your name, Raghu. Your name is not picking your name? Well, okay, let me come back. This is a question for you. Why it is not picking your name, Raghu's name?
What's the check for? Can with Apache config?
Again, this is not issue with the Apache config. This is something different. Do you want to make a guess why it is not picking the updated index.html file?
What's the index file?
Okay, so then let me tell you why it is not picking. Ansible management server. I created the source file, but this file never got copied to target machine.
Okay.
So this is something I may do troubleshooting. Okay, we run this playbook again, and now what happens? This is good learning. What happens? So, and not only check whether that same file name is present, it also checks the content of file, whether there is different in the content. If you see this particular task, copy standard HTML, this is changed now. Okay, by IP table rules also got changed, these two commands. Because I'm using command module, it will always show changed. Because when you run command is not having a status which it can. Okay, what happens whenever you run command, its exec code is 0 or 1, and a file configuration thing. So command will always show change. So now our new index.html file got copied. So let's quickly see whether this time it is telling Raghuram Pola. Okay, we are good. Raghuram Pola. So the thing, let's do playbook again. You can book and let me know what courses you got.
Now the states will be there like in the name one, name equal to HTTP, state equal present, absent, and like there. How many states will be there?
My question to you, Pola, because I explained these things yesterday, but I would like, because Gagan, can you explain, Pola, what are states, possible states, how he can verify what are the possible states, what he can mention here? Seems good. So I can explain, Raghuram, this is which I explained yesterday.
Is it regarding yum or service?
Yeah.
Just hold on. State for yum are present, installed, latest, absent, removed.
Yeah. Where Gagan remember these things, Ansible doc and yum. So it will states, if you go to the state thing, this is the state thing. So Raghuram Pola, see, when you cannot remember all things, that's right. You can write in file, but no need to write in file. You got Ansible doc on Ansible server. Just run Ansible doc with that module. It will give you option. Whenever doubt, now go to Google. Just check this particular page. It will tell you what are the states. These are the states. Install, latest, and remove. You can use this. Absent remove means package need to be uninstalled. Late old present means package need to be installed. So the state, and what is the default state? Present. This is default. If you define any state, by default it will install package. Here? Yes. Think Raghuram. See, after taking any training, you are not going to be expert in anything. Only you get some basic idea how that particular thing works, how you can take help. That's the whole agenda of training. Because I'm not saying after this training you will be writing playbook. That's not end goal. But you'll be having basic, how you can take help from anything, how the things works, what are the building blocks. That's the agenda for this training. So now let's work on loops. Can Nilesh explain this thing? Nitesh, what is your understanding on loops?
I think loops it's like iteration.
Okay. And Raghuram, what's your understanding on loops?
First, normally we'll verify whether it is existing or not. If it's kind of construction, it will verify first, and after that, conditions. What I mean to say.
Basically, it's a condition. It's not a condition. And Gagan, what's your understanding on loops, man? What is your understanding on loop? What is loop?
Okay, loop performing same kind of a task with the multiple variables.
Yeah. So your answer is right. So basically, loop is to perform repeated task in single command or single task. So repeat some task, you can use a loop. That's a simple definition. So now we'll work on loops. So I will tell you one of the loop which I usually used. That's called for loop or standard loop. In Ansible, standard loop and for loop, they are same thing. So and let's say we have to install 3 different packages. Okay, just doing something. Okay, install multiple packages. Okay, let's try in this way. Install multiple RPMs. So Gus did this thing yesterday. You shared output STTD and NTPD and let's say KSH. Let's run this playbook now. Okay, that's something package need to be NTP. So this one way, Gagan, Vim can accept multiple name parameters, right? And let's do one another thing. Let's create another task. The YAML, one thing you need to be sure you proper formatting. I start from here this time because I have already defined like everything to be in proper. So I'm saying task name multiple users. Okay, so I'm using user module. 1, user 2, user 3 need to be present. Let's do it the minimal way, and let's run this playbook now. See what happens. Doubt? Just tell me. Explain again. So now install multiple RPMs. After task, what it is giving here is the invalid username, because user module you can't give separated things. So Yum, it is working, but user module is not supporting, right? So the easiest way to do that, I separate tasks, right?
Yeah, that's an overhead.
Right? Ram and Nitesh, just confirm if you are understanding what I'm saying.
Like it is able to create multiple users at once.
So something which I can do. They can do here. I add user 1 here. And 3.
Nice.
Finished. Let's see whether users code created or not. You see 3 users created. But this one, like the way I defined playbook, I swear,
No.
using single module, I'm doing single thing, but I'm doing in repeat way. So that's the reason loops comes into picture. Okay, loop now, and I you understand, right, why we need to use loop, because we don't want to make our playbook doing same task multiple times, repeated task basically. So how loops work? They input as item. Explain this. Let me show you whether it's working or not. Then I can explain. Okay, let's users code created or not. User 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 they got created. Now let me explain how looping work in Ansible. When I put multiple things, let's say you have to install multiple packages or you have to do repeated things, you use with item. With item is basically called standard loop, or it is also called for loop. So you define items. These are items now. User 5, user 6, 7, 8. And here when you define name, which name? Pick term. When you define something in curly braces, that becomes your, which it will look from this particular thing. So R is doing the same thing. And use loops to do repeated things. Is it clear?
Again, item in the sense, is it called as for loop or?
Guram, how we use for loop? Let me show you. For example, I'm just telling you in a normal Unix way. Okay, so this is the yeah. Oh, right with that, yeah. Yeah. So the way like looping work, you define multiple variables, and multiple variables like you pick which is on one by one. Like first it will do first, it will run same for this example. For it know like we have defined item, so it will check from where it need to pick item. So therefore, like you can't say with user or with the here user. You need to define item only. That's Ansible way, by which knows okay this is standard loop now. And when it is picking this is user 4 first this command, then it will do that command on user 5, 6, 7, 8. In that way, it will add the users. So it's in loop. If you want to see how it works in loop, let me 2 users and run playbook in verbose mode. Okay, here and it call add multiple users. Same thing, the user stuff. After that, it added user 9 first. If you see user 9 first, then after that one, in same task, it added user 10. So that it, and so I have to work in a loop is defined. So it did 2 subtasks, you can say, or use same module to do 2 different user additions.
Yeah, actually, I would like to know one thing is that whether it is a taking for loop or while loop, how can we verify? Like, here and any for loop or something, just we mentioned item, but it is directly taking it. So,
Yeah.
I think that's a syntax for Ansible.
Yeah, that's what I told. Like that's Ansible way, Raghu.
okay. For loop,
The item in for loop.
why?
Okay, don't expect everything. Whatever you know in shell, that will be available in Ansible. So you have to stick with what Ansible code, right? While loop, while this particular condition is true, then until run this particular task. So you can achieve it in Ansible way, which go on different way. Because there are do until loop. We call it do until loop. There loop kind of thing. We call it do until. Do until is also, if you think, that is same, which is what true, do particular task, do this thing until this condition is comes or true. So that's something with the do until you can do. With until define in a till way. Let me create another loop. So Gagan, Nitesh, for loop clear to you? So meanwhile, can you do practice? Can you create a for loop? Let's quickly do lab. After that, I will show you do and I will discuss templates. So quickly, you can take 15 minutes. So let me share tasks which you guys have to do. So do the task. The syntax of playbook. So this thing, which is a base playbook. You can make it as reference. Then what you need to do, create two groups. Okay, this size, and you can take max 15 minutes. If you somewhere, you can ask your question. You can see your screen, and after that, so all these three tasks need to be done in single playbook and use a standard loop which I just discussed. In doubt, you can let me know. Okay. So take 15 minutes from now. So question on this particular exercise, what you have to create two groups first using module. I don't want to tell which module you have to use. Now you should know. If you got question, you can ask me. So create two groups with GRP1, GRP2 name. After add 4 users, whatever name you want, and those 4 users need to be part of group 1 and group 2. Done. Just create another task to install yum packages using this thing. And tell me you can do that or you got some issues. Okay. So I assume like you can do that. You can share your screen whenever you get issue. Then I can help you. Okay. So minutes.
Auth would be etc Ansible, right? We need to create the script.
Yeah. You can create inside. Yeah, which is default one, etc Ansible. Yeah, Raghuram.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. After that, once we finish that, we start with the template. Template is one of the building block, and you will like when I discuss template. Then we will discuss how we can make our playbook more user friendly. Because the thing which I did, this seems very easy, but you want to make it more easy, how you can do that. So we will discuss after finishing this exercise. So 15 minutes and let me know. Okay. Thank you. guys. Gagan is going or issues.
Doing some errors, I'm trying to find out the errors. Yes.
What issue?
Actually, number 8, something like errors I'm getting it.
Can you screen quickly? I don't want to delay the things for other guys. Gagan, for you it's going good?
Can you provide?
I'm about
Yeah.
to complete my playbook.
Okay. Your Ansible.
It as Ram.
No.
Shared it.
Saying
Can't open file for writing.
new playbook. No, do Vim. Okay. Good.
Okay, so that's the issue.
Yeah, Guram. So you making mistake. I told in one task you can make use of one type of group only. In your task you are using user module and group module. You have to create a separate task.
Line 7, but any.
One thing I didn't understand, like
Yeah.
you need to install the RPMs, right? At least.
Your book syntax is not okay. Let's say you're going to run a shell script.
Okay.
Raghu, you have some bad code. Will your shell script execute? If one dot is missing, it will.
Yes.
Syntax is not right. So how you are like thinking Ansible should do one task for you, even you are having two other tasks wrong. So that's acting or Unix things, man. It should not work. That's a good way.
Okay.
And this finished success, but this okay. What error? Matching HTTP package name is HTTPD. You and HTTP, and your playbook you have make a big mistake. Other guys to tell you like what the mistake which did. So Nitesh, can you quickly look playbook of Raghuram and tell him what he's doing wrong? Don't take anyone wrong, like why I'm asking each one to point what you are doing. In that way, we can learn things very quickly. So, do you want to tell what Raghuram is doing wrong? If you have time, because it will give you more idea how to troubleshoot like Ansible playbooks.
I'm struggling with my playbook itself.
No. After that, we can work on your playbook after finishing Raghuram. But can you tell Raghuram what he's doing wrong? That's very basic Unix thing. It's Unix thing, not Ansible thing. If you think, are you able to hear us?
it as a root, become methods do I give? So ADM I need to do and I need to mention.
Yeah, that's the one thing. What's other major thing missing, Raghu? Will not take much time, Raghu. Group always need to be created first. Have you ever seen you creating user first, then you are creating a group?
Yes. True.
So your group need to be first, and what I mentioned, you need to be part of these groups. So it need to be created first, then only you can add a user in that group. Move your code, and when you are adding user, mention groups is equal to the group name. Okay.
Sure.
So you can quick fix this one, then we will see what Gagan is.
Just give me a minute. I'm just
Sure, Gagan, take your time.
almost done.
Yeah.
You will view the session to me.
You already have session, Raghu.
No, only have.
I can see your screen.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes, it's executed successfully now. But my question was like syntax is wrong. So if we do three tasks in that, so second is correct, it should execute, right? And third will be going to fail. That was I can to say that.
No, Raghu, you are not understanding Unix concept. That's the problem. Give it in another way.
Okay.
If you're going to a long ride, okay, I'm saying your bike is having 1 liter petrol, okay, but your tires are okay, but you try to drive your bike, right?
Yes.
So what is the importance of your third task? Maybe task is the main one which needs the first task to complete successfully. So all the tasks need to be accurate. Your script need to be accurate. In a script, even if you have one dot missing, let's say your shell script is of 10,000 lines. You have one dot missing in shell script, your whole script will not work.
Okay.
That's the Unix standard. It's not us like who are saying it need to do like this, but the Unix standards which we have to follow. And that's the right standard, I think. Okay.
Understand.
No issues, man. Can you show me your playbook quickly?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you check this? I'm just doing this playbook.
Yeah, just give me 1 second. Raghuram, you are still missing something. You have to figure out what you are missing. Just check what task I gave and what you did. That's on you. Like you have to figure out and tell me what is missing. I'm making Gagan present quickly.
Okay.
You can share your screen. Mate.
Yeah. Let me share. Okay, I show you my playbook.
Yeah.
That's done.
Now, one thing which you are missing, formatting not seems correct to me. Can you edit your playbook?
Okay.
First of all, your task is in wrong place. You have to go syntax. 2 spaces, 1, yep. And that the actual tasks, they need to start under T.
To take care of that as well.
Yes, syntax. That's the only thing that's email format. And need to start under, yeah, now it should work.
Okay.
Now what's the error? Say to connect to Huawei SSH. So that's something different. Your port is not reachable. Yeah. To take care of formatting. That's the main thing.
I'll take care of it.
Sure. So like in the 2-3 minutes we can start our next time. Okay?
I'll stop sharing.
Yeah, you can stop sharing.
You got my error. The user should be part of group 1 and group 2. But
Yes,
way to
you're
add a
missing in
person
your
that I
playbook.
cannot understand.
Just screen, I'm not, and tell me your doubt. I'm making you presenter.
Yeah.
Okay, so what is your doubt? You have to explain me. You
The
are,
users need to be part of group 1 and group 2. But here I
Yes.
need to add, I'm not understanding.
So how you can check that? This is something I can tell you in 1 second, but I want you to figure out.
Name equal to item, and there itself we need to set the group names. Like in the sex we need to give the group.
Yeah, user module first.
Okay.
Quit from here.
Okay. Yeah, great.
If you are not sure, that's the thing I'm telling Raghu. You have to check module first. You can define group.
Okay.
You need to remember only this thing. You can't remember 1,000 commands, but if you know how to take help, that thing, this thing. So here, this is meta group, this is groups. So this need to be secondary group. I'm copying this one. And a playbook.
Yogesh, actually I have one more doubt. Like I would like to keep that particular groups, like 100 groups. So how can we mention all groups?
Yeah. We can come to this one in 2-3 minutes when I'm giving next time.
Yes. Change like in yellow, user to user.
Okay.
Yeah. Got it.
Remember, whenever any doubt, check pages. You are not doing that, that's not good thing. Because there's something very easy thing. Check man pages. That's the first thing you have to do.
Definitely,
Okay.
I will follow that. I will follow this.
Okay.
Yeah, looks like the formatting is not correct.
Need to learn in Ansible, yeah.
It needs is not tab.
Yeah, this is, yeah.
And starts under task straight away.
Question?
High formatting.
Yeah.
Name starts under task.
You can share your screen, then quickly we can work. I can see what you're doing. Just let me make you present.
Just a minute, I'm just sorting
Okay.
this out.
Wait in 2 minutes. Which are the playbooks going for good you or you need any help?
Yogesh, I'm getting syntax error.
You share your screen, I can help. Otherwise, it will be never ending thing. You share your screen, I'm making you present. Because that's, don't worry, like you're getting error. That's good. That's something which is a thing we will need to be proper. Okay, just show me your playbook. Okay, so first thing which is wrong here, your task is starting. Can I take control for a minute?
Yeah.
Write 1 or 2 playbooks. After that, you will be confident. Yeah, don't worry. Like error. So what is missing here? First thing, Gagan and Raghuram, can you just see the screen? Hey Gagan, Raghu.
Yeah, Yogesh.
Yeah, just see. Yeah, so just watch the screen. I'm going to do something. I'm just going to do some formatting. So I'll give one blank space after 3 dashes. That's a good way of formatting. Here, this need to start from this where your become statement, like this line. You see, everything is in line, right? Definition is okay. So this to me now. Group is name is equal to item state present. Looking good. Add users. Yeah, here you say group 1, comma group 2. Okay. You're making primary. I don't have issue. Yes, good to now. Only the yum got issue. Scares. Looks good. Just try to run this one. Formatting got missing. Let me tell you what is missing. What's missing? You use tab. Don't use tab ever. Use spaces. Okay. So Gagan also faced this issue. You need to use spaces. You give it like you have to use spaces, huh? Instead of tabs.
Yes, I use spaces. Yes.
Yeah. Your playbook is okay, but you haven't configured SSH. The only thing missing, but your playbook is okay now. Okay. So now you know like what to do. Don't use spaces. Sorry, don't use tabs, and your formatting need to be in order.
Yeah.
Gagan is going next.
I'm done.
So working now.
Yep.
To here. So all okay. Let me share screen and let's do next thing. My screen, right? Okay. Different which you guys not ask me. I thought will ask me how this can be done. We will work on key value pair. sorry. Which was the file I just added? Loop.
Try file, Yogesh, like whatever file we are creating under that, automatically.
Okay, let me tell you. What happens, let's say your playbook is failed at one stage. Okay, playbook is at one stage, you can retry from same point where it was failed. Personally, I don't use retry. Let me show you how it works. What is the content? Retry, it knows this host to be tried. So that's the only content of this file. So there is no logic. Generally, I delete this file. It can try from same point where your playbook was stuck. So let's work on text now. So templates, this is something which is widely used in Ansible. You guys mute yourself, or you can mute from here. Templates. There's two types of configurations files in Ansible. One is called static file, one is called dynamic. What static means? Static means the file where data will be always same. Like whatever the content of that file will always remain same. Okay, static means data inside that particular file is not changing. That is static data. Any type of file which can be manipulated, like you can change the data. It can data from somewhere if you specify. So that is called dynamic file, or that is called template file. So static and dynamic. So I'm going to give you demo of static and dynamic files. Okay. Okay, I'm going to do something which we haven't done till now. If you say server, here NTP is running or not. NTP is running. Let me read NTP from server. Remove, there is no NTP package and NTP is not running. So let's create a new playbook and configure NTP client on this server. Doing that, we'll create one file. See what I did, I have just deleted the 4 NTP servers. I deleted everything. If you see, this is a simple file, simple configuration file, but I have defined NTP in this basis. So something in curly braces, that becomes a variable.
Should replace the last square brace.
If I replace stars and this. Okay. Whenever you define something in square braces, curly braces like this, and then whatever inside that one, that becomes a variable. Okay. So file is a dynamic file now because it has something which is variable data. Like value will be whatever defined in variables. Let's configure one work on this big file because you guys will get confused. Let's configure any server. Make it bigger. Things are clear, then we can do top things. But right now, let's keep it easy. If I show you pcresolve.conf of this server, it's this particular server, right? Name this one. Copy this particular thing. I'm on file on my Ansible management server with resolve.j2. Basically, J2 is a J2. It's again Ansible thing. J2 is format used in many languages, but Ansible also make use of Jinja to manage variable data. So say in this file I added, this is my first name server, and here let me add one custom name server. I want to add. So this is going to be variable. I'm saying this is Google DNS. Okay, what here? Google DNS. Now from where it will pick this value, Google DNS. So let's do one thing. Create a playbook for deployment. So I can do. Let's create a new playbook. So I own task. So I will use template module. I'm going to copy a file. I just want to show you into. Let me do it here. let's run this now. See what error it is giving or everything good. So, okay, by default it will execute playbook on all servers, so it got failed. So there is my file result.file is present, can't continue. Result.file state absent. So there's something missing in file. Let's check. Look what it is written. Result.file result.10. Looks good. I'm saying it only on this server. Okay, with it is giving error. It is giving error that of state must be one file. Okay. So, Raghu, it is failing, man. Can you repair it?
Yes.
Yeah. Why failing? No. Nitesh, do you know why it is failing? Can you the error? No.
You might have defined the state wrong, or the state is not present.
Error. But why it is failing? Because I'm using file module. I want to copy file, but I'm using file module. I have to write to move a file from source to target.
Right.
Now error. This is different error. It is saying mod for module state. Again on B. Okay. Now this is the way to troubleshoot thing, because the task is running copy. Now it's giving error unquoted parameter for module state. So let's check Ansible do copy whether it is succeed or not.
But in file module, are we doing the same thing, source and destination?
To create a file directory.
We can also copy a file using file module if we provide a source and the destination.
Case the states will be different. The states I mentioned, those are not matching the criteria. So I use copy module in that case. Okay, so copy module, backup content, destination, directory, follow, force, group mode. Yeah.
State option.
There's no state. So I have specified state. That's the reason it is failing. So let's correct that one. I'm sure there is no state, because I can say backup is equal to yes, but I don't. I can define state. No. Okay, thing which we need to understand, let me show you the file difference between two files which I copied, cat etc resolve stuff. Okay, first file, it's not showing file name, but one by one. So what is difference between file and template?
Template means we can do multiple it was template, we can create files.
That's a wrong answer, Raghu. I told file always contains static data, whereas template can contain dynamic data, the data which can be manipulated. Right answer. And let me first show you what happened here. This file is copied using file module. If content the date was in variable, it copied in same way. It never got this value. Why it is file module? File module or copy thing will always copy static data. They will never work on dynamic data. Okay. And we show you the template one now. In template one, it got the value which we defined in variable. Now let me show you playbook. Then you will understand how it works. This is very important because all the in like big playbooks we make use of variables. So to understand the variable thing. Okay, this is the way you can define your custom variable with vars. So this is name, this is the value of variable. Okay, your variable name, this is value of variable. So what you find first thing I did, I used P module to copy a file and copied that file straight away to target machine. It never checked what to be variable value in this one because it was module. I same thing, if everything same, only thing I have used template module here. The file is same file, but bit to book the variable value. You can use template to update the content of file while copying to target machine. You want me to explain again? I can give you one good NTP server thing. Clear, or you want me to explain in some other way? Some NTP way?
In real-time scenario, like we need to update the result.conf files need to be backed up. After that, the source will be fit. So,
okay, let me give another example. First of all, can you confirm you guys are aware now? Good. What is file? What is template? Good with file and template? Like what is file? What is template? Raghu, with file and template, what is file? What is template?
Template dynamic variable, but file.
Yeah. And do you know what is file and template now? Yeah. And are you on the call?
Yeah.
So I'm only asking, are you have know what is file, what is template? I can give more example on template, but you know basic difference between file and template, right?
Yeah. Got it.
Okay. So let me tell you, the template will be helpful. In Japanese, generally what happens, let's assume for non-prod servers, NTP server is different, DNS server is different. For production, DNS server is different. Let's take this is scenario. I know this is generally not scenario. Here, this is my prod DNS. Okay. And here I'm saying this is my no DNS. Let's say I pick this one. Okay. So both are different. Now it is same. If you see task is same, to copy the result conf on target machines using module. Now here we can do we get tools. I can find non-prod, sorry. This is prod. Minus P. And my prod. Go two files now. What I can do? Okay, this non-prod. So here I can say this is my non-prod. My non-prod DNS. So it got this particular variable. And in one I can say this is my prod DNS. So these particular files will pick value from variable what is defined in the playbook. What is the benefit of doing this one? Say you have used to 10,000 servers where they got different template files. Then you can run this particular playbook with, okay, this is non-prod, so it will automatically pick this file. How it will pick the file? At two tasks. So this is something interesting. How you can control your playbook. That's something I told yesterday. This will be interesting. So this is the interesting part now. So the task is file. We got two tasks. One is for update resolve.conf on prod server. Just to update resolve.conf on non-prod servers. So we got two tasks and these are the variable values. So let's see one by one. Let's run it on Ansible.
Can you show that result.conf non-prod and prod J2 files?
Definitely. Give me 1 second.
Like, do we need to define variables in our actual playbook, or we can define the variables in a separate file, and in playbook we call those variables?
So that's the next level. That is called role. That we will discuss. But first we need to understand what are variables, how we can define. To answer your question, yeah, we can do that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because in Puppet we have options, like we can define variables in a different PP file, and even the actual server manifest. Like how the Puppet is, like we have modules and we have server manifest. So accordingly, for the server manifest we call various modules. So manifest we can define variables. We define a separate module for, or separate PP file for variable, and call it from us the actual install file or the configuration file.
Yeah, same thing we can do here. So just let me do one thing. First, let's on this one, then I can jump to your query.
Oh.
Let's assume this particular server, app Apache Finance, is our non-prod one. Okay, and on server, that's prod 1. So we can control behavior. We will talk about let file, and this is becoming real confusing. Let this become confusing for you guys. So let me do something easy. I'm going to work on one server first, then we will do with 2 servers. So let's run this playbook. Now in YAML file, we got this particular file, non-prod, 2 variable defined. So whatever is defined inside this file, that value will automatically get updated. That particular file is getting copied to the task machine. Give it demo. The content of this file, etcresolve.com. If you see, this is something, is that got updated? This is the old data.
It got updated. 8.4.4.
Non-pro 1. Yeah, in that way your variable works. So now what's your question? You want to see the file?
Yep.
Which file? The non-prod resolve.com?
Prod and J files, both.
Okay. So this is prod.
Okay.
So you can define variable. It will automatically pick the variable value from the book or multiple places. Yeah, it's basically. So Raghu, is this clear to you? What is template? What is how you can use variable inside template?
Yes.
And is that okay for you? You know this thing now, or you have a doubt? Nitish?
Yeah.
No doubt, you can ask, man. There is no use. So you're going to paste this one, so you can do practice this one, how to use template. But for doing that, I just want to show you something on testing. Okay, so as of now, we have discussed whenever we run playbook, all the tasks are getting executed, right? If we 5 tasks, first one task will get executed, then second, then third, then fourth. Not requirement every time, right? What we can do, we can tag every task. Your tag is basically identification, or you can limit something. Let's say this is a tag with name up resolve prod. Okay, and this one update prod. I run this playbook without any option now. I'm in this playbook again. Okay, if notice this time same task will be repeated. It will run the task 2 times, one with non-prod playbook, one with prod playbook. Let's once. Okay, it first checked non-prod playbook because it was already there. It is green. Then it updated prod playbook. So is there something we need? No, because when we are working in setup, we don't want to run complete playbook every time, right? How we can control the of playbook, like which task need to be run. So why did I tag? So I'm repeating, tag can be defined at the end, like this is one task, right? At the end I have defined tags, so it need to be like say can add underscore, that need to, it's ready to have like update, resolve, non-prod or prod. So this particular task go tag non-prod. This particular task go tag prod. So we can make use of tags now. So let me give you a demo. First of all, if you want to list what are the tags available in your playbook, how you can do that? Ansible playbook, then you book name dash list dash tags. In this the tag, if you see this playbook goes to tags. One is update non-prod, second update prod resolve. Say I want to update only prod, because earlier when I run it updated both, right? It run both the tasks. But I want to run only one tag, which is this one. So how can control same thing which I ran earlier with -t OS tags? I can say this is the tag I want to run. If you see, it will run pro tag only this time. The pro task, non-pro task will not get executed. Non-pro task is not executed, only prod executed. Non-prod was also executed. So in that way you can make use of tags to do one particular task.
So still I have a doubt, like where we are differentiating, like if we have one servers, okay, let's take 3 servers, okay, like how you are differentiating here, like running this particular playbook .yml, so
yeah,
going for prod and which one is going for non-prod. So why don't you take 2 servers and need to be executed for both, one is for prod and one is for non-prod. Where is differentiating now?
One question, I'm outsider, I'm not working in your company. And differentiate this server is prod, this server is non-prod. Your naming convention?
My naming convention and IP address.
Yeah.
In the inventory, we can define which list of servers which are prod and which servers are non-prod, and according to that list, we can use it.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah. So Raghu, something which I discussed yesterday, like you have to go through the recording once you get time. Yesterday, what I told, like our application development server, this group, this server. Then this is prod, it got these servers. So that is group name. In that way, you can differentiate. This is my prod, this is non-prod.
Okay. Okay.
So, on tagging.
And I think moreover, it's not like the one playbook you will define everything for prod and non-prod. It's always separate playbook for prod and separate playbook for non-prod. That's the way we do in Puppet. 2 separate environments. One is production and other one is non-production. You have 2 separate Git repositories. Production and non-production doesn't overlap. It's just once testing is done on a non-production, we merge the Git over to the production, and hence everything is pushed via Puppet to production environment.
In our case, doesn't we for prod and non-prod. What we're doing, whenever we execute a playbook, we run non-prod with -l non-prod group only. Gets executed on non-prod only. When we have to run prod, we specify prod. If we have to run on all non-prod and prod, we run it on prod and non-prod everything with all. But again, that's a practice company to company. I can't say like my practice is good or your practice is bad.
Yeah.
There is no such thing, because way that's most suitable for company, you follow that process. But you can control the behavior as I just did. And tags. Okay, how you can use multiple tags. For example, I'm giving example only. With tags, there are 2 tags. Let's just create one third tag. Let's go with 2 tags. I execute only one tag. Let's say I want to execute second tag also. I can make it comma separated. Comma this name. Let's want to run this one also. And to be in sorry. tags need to be executed. Let's say you got multiple tags in your playbook, you have 20 different tasks. You want to execute some of those, like 4, 6, you can make those comma separated. When it will execute whatever tags are in a tag list. See what is going on screen now. Executed both the tags now. Like Ansible tag can be used if you do some particular task, if you want to run some particular tasks only. So that's a useful thing. So now let me patching playbook. Jump to now what I say playbook. This is something like if you want to take 10 minutes break because you have to pay a lot of attention on this one. If you want a break, I'm happy. Otherwise, I'm happy to continue.
Give us 5 to 10 minutes break.
Okay. So it's 3:50 now. We will discuss 10 minutes. Huh?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. I got even that. Yeah. Okay, good. So let's discuss about this playbook which I written some time back for patching. With this playbook, what we will learn, how we can make conditions, like if this is true, then only do this thing. We'll make sure conditions can register or get the or store the output which are coming from a command. Let's say you run command -s and want to store its output as a Ansible Python, underlying Python. So it's not assume things like you can't which you do shell script. So Ansible got its own way. So we learn many things. So I will go through each and every bit. So just pay attention. Wherever you feel you are not clear, let me know. I will explain that. So 3 dashes. This is YAML format. So we know what is host, like on which playbook this host can execute, on which host this playbook can execute. Because root, even no need to specify this one because I'm running this playbook as root only. If I'm some non-prod user, I can say user is equal to this one and become method sudo. That I can mention, but I'm running this as root for example. What it means, as I mentioned, by default, Ansible runs its processes on 5 hosts in the playbook. If you got 10,000 servers, by default, Ansible will work on first 5 servers, then next 5, so on. And parallel way. But if you don't want parallel way, because we are going to do patching, let's say you have to do patching in round robin way. Okay, round robin way, like one server first, then server, then third server. You can specify serial. Like instead of parallel, you want to go in serial way, which is round robin way. So here I specified 2 because let's say do servers then once. But for my thing, I'm just going to run it on one server. But this is it. After we got our task definition, fast start, we'll make use of modules. Task which I did, very application or database process are running or not. So what I'm using shell module. You know what is between command and shell? We discussed yesterday. Shell can perform function like grep, pgrep, etc. With command you can't do that, right? That's why I'm using shell. So what I'm doing, there is no good way to check whether it is running or not on your target machine. So what I'm doing, I'm just checking if this is a shell, you can say small shell script. If in ESF minus EAF there is Apache or HTTP, or replace it with your whatever your application you got. If then say then echo process running. If it's there, then echo process not running. That's very easy our code. Do it. If any error coming from this one, then ignore the error. Ignore error means you are not continue. It will not fail. Because if any error comes, your play will fail. Play means the Ansible playbook execution immediately fails. So I'm saying don't fail, go next step. Even there is some issue with this one. If there is a syntax error in your playbook and it will ignore, no. This is ignore particular play or particular task. Then what using register? What register means? If you want to store output of a particular task, variable, you can use register. A register is again a way of the output. So register, then name. This variable where all the output will be output, which is from this particular command. What can be come to this command? Either process running or process not running. That's something which I have configured. Okay. Then task, which is a decision-making task. That's my playbook, so you can use whatever name or you want. Here, what I'm checking fail. I'm saying fail. Fail is a module. In shell script, we can use exit, right? At any place where we want to stop that shell script executing. Here, use fail. And fail with this particular message. Message means what you want to display in playbook output. And playbook message. Message is a variable which you can display. It is like echo kind of thing. If we use echo, right? Echo 1, 2, 3, 1, whatever. Use message. And by guess message. Message is equal to inventory name. Inventory host name. From where inventory host name came, it is the Ansible variable. If you remember yesterday when we used Ansible minus setup, it was gave us variable. So this is the one of variable Ansible host name. Read message, this particular service is having application process running. Please stop these first, then patching. Now saying fail, but on which or which situation it need to fail? When condition now. I'm saying when condition. When app process check.std out equal to process running. Now we can make or understand this one. Just give me one second. Okay, so if I'm registering it in app underscore process underscore check, right? So app underscore process underscore check dot std out. Output. If output of this particular variable is process running, then skip. This skip when process running. If process is not running, then it will continue to next thing. Okay, so one of the check. I'm doing if this check is passed, mean application is not running, use yum module and name is equal to kernel, like update kernel, state need to be latest. And another level of check. And doing same thing if process is not running, when process check.std is process not running, and if Ansible distribution is CentOS or Ansible distribution is Red Hat, then do this thing. For example, you got some Linux machine, you got maybe where it don't support yum command. Then you make condition like yum command will only work on Red Hat or CentOS. That's the reason I have made a condition. If a distribution is equal to CentOS or Red Enterprise Linux, only run this command.
Yogesh, we have defined Ansible distribution and Ansible. Yeah, we have defined Ansible distribution. By default, it will check in the setup and provide that look for that output.
Yeah, you given.
Okay. Factors.
Yeah. And I'm registering this output, whatever the yum command output in this way, yum update. After making another shell script check whether reboot is required or not. Here, what I'm doing, I'm running this small script which will check if kernel is upgraded, then reboot required. If kernel is not upgraded, then say reboot not required. This is a check which I have added. Because only for a kernel upgrade we need to reboot server. Otherwise, server can keep running. So I added a check. If my kernel is upgraded, I will share this playbook with you. Then you can learn what I did for my shell thing. So when kernel is upgraded, if kernel is upgraded, then register the output into required reboot required. Then how I'm rebooting the server now? In reading, this is the task. I'm using command now. We don't need a shell. I just need to run a command. I'm saying shutdown -r +1. +1 time minutes, like after what it will reboot the server, which message rebooting system after patching. In that assurance, polling is 0. Like I don't want to keep continuous track between my server and client during that particular time, reboot time. When they want to be executed, when required .std out is equal to reboot needed, the output this particular task. Here comes register the output of this command in reboot started variable. I'm using multiple variables in this one. Next, suppose what happens, you know, SSH, Ansible communicates over SSH. When you reboot your target machine, what will happen? Immediately your SSH session will break, right? And Ansible will fail because system not reachable. How to avoid that? To avoid that, I'm pausing my book for 3 minutes. Okay, use pause. Pause means your playbook will freeze at that point. So because on Amazon, I assume like in 1 or 2 or 3 minutes, my system will come back for sure. That's when I'm using for 3 minutes. Your application or server may take to start or 20 minutes to start, you can change it here. You know, like it may come in 20 seconds, you can specify minimum 1 minute, or you can specify time in seconds also. Instead of minutes, you can specify seconds. Okay, my system came back. I checked to verify whether my system is responding to SSH or not. I'm using local action. What local action means? The action which need to be executed locally from my Ansible system. And wait for means wait that particular system. Which system? Host is equal to inventory host name, whatever the server name in inventory. 22, delay 15. That's 15 seconds. Time out 300 seconds. If that particular system is not responding within 300 seconds after then, but generally it always works. And this check need to be done when it started. Pipe change means something changed in this particular variable. So that way we can do checks. So this playbook, and then we can discuss. I can take your questions on this one. So let's see, because this playbook is old. I'm not sure on Amazon it will work or not, but let's try. So first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to check what is the annual distribution of my server, Amazon server. So like we can check what are the variables, and I can directly grab this particular keyword which I need. SFTP failed. Okay, I have to use EC2 user because default user on Amazon. I can create a custom user also, but before this is demo, so I will minimum work. So my institution is Red Hat, so I have to update this one in my book. Here. These are conditions. Can be always good to have different conditions in your playbook. Okay, so let's run this playbook and see what happens. What is the current kernel level? U minus A 514, and that kernel is 514-10. This one is the latest. So kernel upgrade will be done. So let's run this playbook. On my cloud server. Let's see what. Okay, because I haven't updated the user in the playbook. Yeah, it's right. Because if you see error, fail to file, please log in as EC2 user. So I can do in this playbook, I can update which user to be used. Before doing that, I have to do a couple of things. I have to specify become method. So I can pick from this one what need to be done. These things need to be done.
Yum update. We're doing yum update.
Okay, yum update we are doing here. But if you want all packages, what we can do? Okay, let's do in this way. Instead of only, I am saying update everything. I can put star.
Star, we can do that.
Yeah, all the packages.
Because I'm
Okay,
through through the yum module, nowhere it was defined to.
Yeah, feature may be not documented properly. So star and star mean it will update each and every package. If you time setup complete. Okay, Gagan and guys, Gagan, Raghu and Nitesh, if you see error message, because our condition which we defined, now this particular IP have running application. So the application first, then attempt patching, right? Why? Because on this server Apache is running. Sorry, man. HTTPD is running. That's it failed. And let me show you code now. Why it failed? If you share, it will put if Apache HTTP running or not. It was running, so it echoed message process running, right? Here in checkpoint, I'm saying when Apache process running. So my condition is working. So let me stop Apache now. Any question as of now?
So to update the Red server, right? Like mdopo list, we need to do it after that only.
This is okay. The playbook is for the Raghuram. This is not enterprise ready. This is for your testing because in this playbook I have read multiple modules, multiple check statements, multiple ways to register the variable. I have added shell components. The full-fledged playbook, if you want to learn Ansible, it will give you a lot of idea. So what I did, I stopped the Apache. So this time, this check go fine. Let's run this playbook again. Apache is stopped, so it should go from that step. If you see, it changed and it is on next. Now it is upgrading all packages on target machine. I can see what is happening. I can simply tail -f verilog messages. That's the best way. If these packages are getting updated, and this command is with Ansible, which is like, if you see this command was my Ansible command. It executed, now it is doing yum update. In message of a client system, I can see what is happening, whether patching is going on or something skipped. So my thing is going on, it may take 1 or 2 minutes. So I can take your question. Gagan or Raghu or Nish. There will be many questions. I will discuss this playbook again. That's not a big deal. But something, it is good to learn this playbook. You'll learn many things.
Question is that already you built the servers with the ISO image, so it is getting updated.
This is connected to repository.
In my server, it will not be going to update the version, right? Update version, latest version.
It all depends upon the setup that you have. If you have a satellite server or you're directly connected to the Red Hat network, if you're directly connecting to the Red Hat network, then definitely it will update to the latest version, whatever is available on the Red Hat network. If you have satellite and whatever the packages you have downloaded to your satellite server, it will update only till that version. If you are doing yum update from the satellite machine.
Current VMware virtual machine, it is not updated with the Red Hat satellite server. So not be going to update any.
Okay, your current VM is Red Hat or CentOS?
CentOS.
it will automatically connect to your remote repository. You have connected to internet, right?
Yes.
You automatically take update.
Okay. Okay.
Okay, but in case of CentOS, it's automatically by default connected to remote repo. If you see, the patching is completed and it is creating the remote file, and it is including the modules kind of thing. It is including kernel dependencies. After some time, I am sure they will reboot, and let's monitor here. It is still on task upgrade all packages. So package upgrade is still going on. If I upgrade single package, that may finish quickly, but because like star, whether star is clear, right? Star means all the packages.
Right, it's clear.
Let's assume, Gagan, if you stuck somewhere, you are not able to find information whether star need to put or how can I update. In case if you are confused, you can use shell module, right? Yeah, not all with my file. You put in that way. Yeah.
I can do that. So it's since we are doing a star, will it do a yum update or it will also install the new packages? Because only thing I'm concerned is whether it installs all the packages that are available, which will because.
Yeah, I agree on your point. But if you have seen the code I mentioned, equal to star means all the packages state need to be latest. Defining this package need to be installed. I am not defining any new package to be installed. Point.
Yeah,
Star, I am saying state need to be latest.
But for star means everything. What's available on the repo, install it.
No, I don't think Ansible will work in that way, because for something, yeah. With that, but this is not a good time to test, because I already executed this command, so we can away. Before running this one, we can take output of. Okay, so patching is complete now. This is the next statement, like the next condition, which is checking whether kernel update is required, is done or not. Kernel upgrade was done, so it now reboot system after patching. This was the message in my table. So now if you see, it is waiting for 180 seconds, which we added for pause for 3 minutes, so it will pause for 3 minutes. If your server comes up before 3 minutes, you can press Control C, but it will continue early. Continue early mean we break that 180 seconds time. So sure, after reboot, once Amazon, because I'm not using Amazon, my own network, I'm on public network. I'm not sure Amazon is going to give me same IP address again or not. So might fail here, but thing is done. You get my point? Because this public IP and Amazon every time gives some new IP. Why Amazon server? You may be thinking I picked because on Amazon, that's already on Amazon and it got a very good internet connectivity. With my it may take a lot of time to do patching because my servers are not that much capable and don't have that much bandwidth. So Amazon server, the particular IP may change after reboot. That's my doubt, so it may fail. Let me ping. Okay. I tell you how you can check what is the new IP. Now I can't update, but this is the way. It got same public IP or not? If you public IP is this one, 54.206.59.3. So was it earlier? Okay, yeah, so that's good. So my script should work automatically when this comes up. Let me, okay, it is. So just Control C, continue. Otherwise, I can wait this 180 seconds to finish. I can press Control C, then C. See, the task is completed because my server is up. Otherwise, if I wait for 180 seconds, it will automatically finish task. Now it is checking whether it is responding to SSH or not. So let me SSH here. If you okay, it responded to SSH, just responded, so this task should finish. If you see, my task is also finished. Green, so it's responding to SSH now. So something, if you can make use of this one, like you can do your patching automated way. Let's say sure your application processes are this particular name. You cron this script in cron at that particular time, it will automatically get executed. It will reboot it will fail if application or task L module send email to application team or send email to me if application is running. Then stop application, you can run same playbook again. Do patching for you. It will boot the server if needed. Then notify you, okay, if server rebooted and it is on network. So how easy it is. Only for one server. If you got 100 servers, you can start patching on 100 servers at the same time. For anything. Me to explain playbook again. Idea. Or whatever I have explained.
Yes.
I will explain it again.
And you will be giving this file, right?
Yes, ma'am. I will be giving it. Okay. So we notice this one. This is the declarative statement. This task. From here, all the modules starting. So this task. This hash is just comment for me to explain someone what this particular task is going to do. If it has a name, you can get rid of this one. You can delete. But I added for myself. So this is checking the application or database is running or not. So I or HTTP are the processes. If you got some or else you can grab for OA. If you got some Fusion database, Fusion application, you can grab for Fusion, whatever keywords you got. Then these are in PS output, then echo processing, if not say process not running. Ignore, it comes, then ignore that particular error. Does it mean to say the output of this particular module, shell module, is a variable? It's a variable name. First, I'm checking what is the output in this variable. How you can check that? In app underscore process is a variable name dot std out. Std out matlab means start out is to processing. If inside this particular std out thing is process running, then fail. Make conditions. Like if it is true, then do this thing. If this thing is not true, then don't do this thing. In that you can make condition. That is called when. Okay. I'm doing patching. I'm saying yum name is equal to star. Status. When to run this command? When will control this particular thing? When application process checkout std out is process not running. When process is not running, and so want to club multiple conditions. First condition is if process is not running, that's first condition. I am adding second condition when distribution is CentOS or Red Enterprise, Red Hat. From there I got this particular variables because these are part of setup. Then whatever the output of this one, register that into yum update. Next whether reboot is required or not. I'm simply using shell module. I'm running a command. Yeah.
Register underscore update. What it will do?
As a register mean to store the output of this particular task into this variable. It will store all the output into this variable. So you use it for any purpose.
If you want a status like latest -1, n-1, if you want to patch, what would be the procedure?
If you, in that case, first of all, your yum repository, mentioned in your setup, you may be having satellite, right? You define on satellite, you have to connect your Red Hat client to that particular channel which code -1. Here you can specify kernel and its particular version which you want. And setup to setup how you have configured your setup. Because with internet, when you connected and you specify state is equal to latest, it will automatically get latest one. If what you got one and latest version, automatically Ansible pick that latest one. So that is on you, that's not on Ansible. In Ansible you can define if you want to stick with one particular version. The name is equal to kernel 3.10. something, whatever your requirement. In that you can stick with the required packages. Okay. And after that, it is what it is doing is checking whether reboot is required or not. So I'm doing kernel or new. Here I'm checking the option. Maybe you have ever used or not. Let me show this one. Because I put this particular feature a couple of years back, but recently, like 3 years back, I used this feature. Let me tell you. If you r-q -- last space kernel, it tests which is the old kernel in the system, the last kernel. That's like how your system got upgraded. So we're checking if my kernel was upgraded, then it is reboot required. In next task, I'm saying reboot my server after 1 minute. Shutdown -r means reboot. Waiting 3 minutes for that server to come up. If you don't specify pause, your playbook will immediately break because access connection is not valid. It stops. So Ansible will pause. Ansible wait for 3 minutes for that client to come up. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. I'm not sure what is the exact time it may take, but I'm waiting for 3 minutes. You can pause for 5 minutes if you know your server may take some extra time. Then using wait for module. Here I'm waiting for SSH to come up on that server. And when it come up, the playbook execution is finished. So you can ask your question. Again,
Go through the modules. That's it.
yeah, so that's only modules, and you need to know how you can use module conditions. About the conditions here. What you now I'm using Yum, right? If you're running Debian or let's say Ubuntu, which got package manager like APT. Other tasks use APT to update everything. Your distribution is to a Debian. From get this name from setup command. So check of because you have maybe you have noticed before running every playbook setup module, which we find, but Ansible runs it for default. So Ansible check what is the distribution on your machine, what is the name, what is the IP, what is something. It record running tasks in its way, and we can use those variables to make it check. That's something which we are doing here. It has been using my small shell checks. It meant whether this is running, then echo this thing. So for that you need to have basic shell knowledge. I believe all have. So which I did. Do you want me to share this playbook now, or if you want to try on your system parallelly while working? And you can do one thing. You can run this playbook in verbose mode with MyVV and see what it is doing in background. Then it will give you more idea. I can paste the whole playbook because it got some net. But I can send you this playbook at the end, or I can send you over email. Or there is option to attach a file. Motion program. Show whether I can share. Okay, share a file. Me file. Parallelly run this playbook to give you more idea. This file, so you can just copy paste this one, and you can run. And if you got any doubt, you can let me know. So let's jump to our next task. So you're a little bit comfortable. I'm not saying you are 100% comfortable on Playbook, but you know how Playbook works, right? You know basics now. Hello, guys.
Yeah.
So what I'm asking you are comfortable with basics, at least basics how Playbook works. What are the components we have to add in Playbook, right?
Yes. And now copy that particular YM.
I'm the polar. Why? Otherwise, I'll share it later. Then you can do practice. So do a couple of other things. So next thing we will do, we will perform some tasks. Like one, I'm going to give a couple of playbooks to write, and you take help from sorry, not shell module, the Ansible doc mode. If you got doubt on anything, if you're not able to fix that, I can help you. Tasks. For the gun task is this is something you can do, and for this one I can give you a hint what you need to do. You need to use user module to hit your user. You know this thing already, and in only there is one option called generate SSH keys. So you generate SSH key automatically when user is getting created. Okay, once user is created, you can copy SSH keys to remote system, or something do. But something you can try to copy SSH keys when your user is getting created. Are you open?
Yeah. The users are already created. I'll just update my old playbook to create the SSH keys and copy the keys.
And for Raghu Ram task for you, use Ansible. Oh, this is a bit difficult, Raghu. So what you can do? So create task to update entry on target machine, because something we do in another like this. At this entry, so task for you. You understand what this? You have to make use of line in file module. Line in file.
Okay.
Okay, just try. I'm not saying you have to do it. If you can do it, then it's good. Otherwise, I will explain to everyone. Okay.
Sure.
And for Nitish, you have to create a task for a playbook. That's Nitish, to install HTTPD and start the HTTPD service.
Yeah.
Okay, do that. And one, I will see what playbooks you guys have written. I can tell you if anything missing or everything looks good.
Yeah.
Minutes, we can have an update after 10 minutes. I believe we'll be able to do this one. Otherwise, that's very easy task. I believe you can do it in 1 minute. So you try something different. Let me share what you can do.
Okay, complete that task first.
Yeah. After doing that, you can do the. You do the task which I given to Raghuram Pola. You can do same task after doing the task.
Copy those keys. Update those system for user. Update the keys. Written on those.
You cannot do that because I told something, the thing which you can't do because you generated key on that system. You already created key on remote system. Right?
That's what I said. I generated key on the remote system. I generated key on the system where the users are. Nothing onto the remote system that I need to think of. Anyways, I'll just generate the keys.
Yeah, fine.
Or whose task? What was whose task?
Whose task was to update ETC host on a target machine with one particular IP and host name. using line in file module.
Yogesh, it's a root, it's running, but as a ASADM user, it's not running.
Configure sudo.
Or sudo as well.
So using something. What is the user defined in your users in playbook?
ASADM.
Just screen quickly.
Provide access.
You on the code?
Yeah, okay.
I thought you were sleeping.
Just I rejoined. So no power at home. So power cut.
So you can share your screen quickly.
Wish I'm done.
Good. So your host file is getting updated, right?
Yeah.
Good.
Getting updated in the last line. I haven't not used the line before or after, insert before, insert after. It just inserts in the last.
Yeah, it's good. And this, how it is going for you, man?
But where is
Can you show me your playbook?
this is host.yml.
Just Vim it. Yeah. Whole user root become yes task this source. Suppose you are completely doing something wrong, man. Something different. I asked you to use line in file module.
Oh.
Your file, because in setup you can't do it, Raghuram. You can't copy. You can't maintain like 10,000 different host files. So what I requested you, let me show something. Let me share screen, because Gagan already this one already completed this one. But let me share my screen. I'll tell you what to do. Because I got my question in a different way. So can you sharing quickly? I'm not able to become presenter, not sure why. Okay, now I think I can. Have you unshared your screen?
One moment. I'm getting the option at all.
Yogesh, I think now you can get the permissions.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let me share my screen. So you did this way, or you use some different method?
Used in what module? Just hold on.
Line
in file module.
Yep, that's good. Raghu and Nitesh, because Gagan is aware on this thing now. For guys, line in file module is useful. Let's say you have to add a cron.lo entry. OTC host entry. Any entry in a file where you need to update a file. Let's put some file where you want to update some data. In that case, you can use line file. What regular expression mean? This reg XP. It means if it's starting with this one, like this something which it will do filtering. So you can use same module for updating something, because in this particular regular expression, if you change your IP, then also it can update that one in the line. Okay.
Yeah.
Which I thought to share with you. And Raghu, this is something. Let me give you a quick demo. And do you use tag in your playbook or
No,
not?
I haven't.
So with Ansible, that's recommendation. Whenever you create any task, to add a tag. Because in this place, if we got 10 different tasks, one is to manage etc host entry, one is to do package installation, one to add a user, one is to delete a user, one is to do something else. Then in that case, we can call that particular task with a tag instead of. So that's something if we'll try to do that.
Sure.
You are running that one. So let me run Raghuram this one for you. Okay, our target machine. If you created 192.168.1.1 router IP, which I find here, and variabilize it. If you want to make it variable, it's a variable. If you don't or you don't want to hard code in every line, put it in a variable. See this time. So we have color was red. Post okay, there is one stress space. It is not liking the color. Let's try to run it and see what it do. It got updated. Okay. Yeah. So if you see this particular record got updated from 1.1 to 1.10, you can use a line in file module. So is the use or using expression. What it means, if something is already there with this particular entry, it's dated. If you don't use regular expression, it will always add a new entry. But it's good to use regular expression so Ansible can check if something is already matching with that entry. It will make a updation instead of new entry. Here. Okay. Even you can do with cron.allow. With allow, when you want to do it, you have to just say file, like cron.allow. Direction you can put username. If that is already there, then it will skip. What you want to add, and it need to be present. And how you can delete an entry now? Stay to absent. Let entry. State need to be absent. I'm running this playbook, so it automatically delete the entry. You can also change the name, but that not matters. That's what. Again, it's good practice name if you're deleting instead of adding. See, the entry is deleted now. So you can do something else. So let's say in your whole setup you got one NFS file there, using its IP address. Instead of logging on to each and every server, your 1,000 clients, you can simply use Ansible to update etc host entry or whatever entry. So that's good to know. Like you can use Ansible for this purpose. We will run another quick lab on how Ansible can be used to update etc sudoers. Then we'll jump to some Ansible tips and tricks, and at the end we will talk about roles. So Gagan, you talk like you with Puppet can create separate directories with each definition. So something we call here roles. We will talk roles after 1 hour approximately, but right now let's concentrate on configure sudo.
I don't know why it's not showing up if I go list.
Share the errors, what errors it is giving.
It's no error, it's empty.
Can you share your playbook? Just copy paste your playbook in the chat. Line in file. What size you are getting, Gagan?
Error.
So which command you are listing tag? Can you show? Tell me your command.
Links.
What's your command for me? Store primary tags all.
Tags.
Move the codes in tags.
I did that earlier.
Do it. Okay, let me try on my machine. Why it is complaining? In way which you still see my screen, right?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry. So here tag is create host entry. So we see if I can list the tag or not. Ansible playbook list dash tags. It is list. The only thing you have put it in code. So let me try.
No. Got it.
What's it?
Formatting. It's bad, man. It's
Not bad, man. It will make you a good script. You do have formatting recently. Yeah, even is saying it. Yeah. Oh, you may be bad, but it's good. Like you're maintaining a standard. Like you're maintaining the indentation.
we are maintaining a standard.
Yeah. There are online YAML. You can use those ones. Let me try if I can find one good for you. In case you are thinking something is bad with your formatting, you can put your data in that format and tell you what is bad. So let me see if I can find from Google because I used that earlier. Let me try to new one. Hey, Tish, how it is going for you, man? Going good? Okay. Do you need any help or looking good to you? Okay, that's good then. Gagan, there are a couple of online formatters I just found on Google. You can use anyone to validate which looks good to you. We can use that later. So, let me do something with sudoers. After that, we will jump to tips and tricks session.
There is one question, like we have used the items, but what if we have multiple items to define? That's a multiple variables we are putting in a particular loop.
You got your point because right now we are calling only one variable in repeating way, right? We are
Yeah.
So your question is if we got two variables, how we can handle that? That's your question?
Yes.
Okay, so let me quickly give some demo. Raghu and Nitish, just pay attention to this. And Ashok, you also pay attention because I know you don't know this thing. Because I never thought, but that would Gagana's question. So let me add another task in my playbook. for example, with items, right? So with items, what we can do, find like user 1 earlier, user 2, with this thing. Your question, if the particular thing is variable, the groups are variable. So let's assume that. So I use what we call key value pair combination. So let's say I'm saying in braces I can say name, sorry, user. It need to be GP1, okay. Group. Close this. Okay. So now how you can call these values, because your user 1 may be part of group 1, user 2 may be part of group 2 custom group, right? So you can handle that now. When you are finding user, earlier we used here item to be present. Need to be so. Let me explain how it works now. With item, so these, the whole line is item now. Instead of the first thing, the whole line is item now. So how to call the values of that line now? So dot name, like this is name, this is value. Okay? This is the key, this is the value. This is the key, this is the value.
Okay.
So item dot name, it is array basically.
Okay. Yeah, kind of passing array.
Passing, yeah. And the item, which is particular line, you have groups, item dot group. So it will pick whatever the value here. In that way, we can use variables in same looping system. So let me give a quick demo of this one. Let me remove the users. User one. Let's run our playbook. And thing I missed, because now we are talking about tags. Let's go to tags. One another thing I want to do, I just want to show you how, because you have already seen the conditions, like conditions work, but let's here do the particular task only when I know my target machine is Red Hat. So I can say if machine is sent to, then do this task, otherwise don't do this task. So that condition, it's always good to learn conditioning also. Okay, so conditioning that makes things very easy. And use when Ansible my machine's Ansible distribution is CentOS. Okay, something you can add. So this playbook, first the tasks, see tags, it is given. So something I have missed, it is saying, let's we have a look what I have missed. Item state need to be
There is a space between group and
yeah. No, there are again. This is one thing, and here I missed to define name, the property.
yeah.
Is equal to looks good. So let's hope this time it works. Okay, working. So now let's use this particular tag. And it will not work because machine is a red hat. He is saying skipping. If which only need to be done on Solaris servers, then your operating system target machine is Solaris, then only run these commands, otherwise don't run these commands. Because which are different on different platforms. In that control behavior of your book. The condition is red hat. Now it should work because my target is red hat. Saying fail through group name user 1, fail item username user 1. Not exist because I haven't created group. I have not included the groups, but for this test I can quickly add a group. Asking about retry, Raghuram. So how you can use retry? Here, when your playbook, just limit and create particular retry file. It will only target that particular host which got the things missing. Clear? Use retry.
Yeah.
If your task is failed, let's say you got 20 servers. On 10 servers, task is already completed. 10 servers are remaining. Whatever remaining thing, that will be part of retry thing. So you run with retry, it will only attempt the missing or the failed things. So now oops is added. So this way again you can add or pass multiple variables. Even have 10 different values, name, address, phone number, so you can call whatever you want. Because it's difficult to use for I and in, like you can't use two variables in for loop. But with this one Ansible, like in this way you can define multiple variables. Ashik, question? Like define multiple variables?
No, I'm clear about it.
Okay, that's quickly do next thing. Then we will jump to. So next thing we want to update super rules using Ansible. So to use this time, you have to use again line in file module. But when I want you to do checking whether your file is correct or not. So I have prepared a playbook. If you want, I can show you that playbook instead of you doing the thing. Whatever way you got. Let me show. Nitin, just one question for you. When you update etc sudoers file, so what is the best way to update etc sudo file? Sudoers. I ask you to update etc sudoers files. What will follow?
Line in.
No, it's a technical thing, but what the process you will follow to update a file? Like questions you will take. What pre-work you will do?
Backup of the switch file.
Why backup of SSH file if you're writing sudo file?
Will take sudo sudo
Okay.
file backup.
Yeah. Yeah. Then
Then I will change. If anything goes wrong, I will replace with that.
one question for you. What other things you will do? What Nitesh told?
Taking backup, like file that need updated.
That's fine. And again, what we will do?
What's
Like
up?
the course I have to update sudo rules. What work I will do before editing file and how I will edit file. Sudo.
It a sudo file using to be there. We'll be editing the sudo file. Okay, and the VI
User don't need to be present, right? You can even user is not present. You can create a sudo rule.
Yeah, but no.
Okay, do in other way. Let's say because most of servers are AD integrated, you're not present because that may AD user. Generally that happens. So that reason it's not a mandatory, but you answered the thing. We need to use VI sudo. First we need to take backup, then we need to do VI sudo. So Ansible, our approach is little bit different. Again, depends like how you want to use it. I'll show you my approach which I did. Then you can correct me if this is not something making sense to you. That is my code. Thing which I did to update sudo. First, what we are doing? First, we copying DC sudoers to etc sudoers.backup. Okay. Then etc sudoers to sudo. I'm making two copies basically. I'm doing live modification on my etc sudoers file because if I mess something, they'll be in trouble. Two backup copies. After that, I'm using line in file module. I'm using this particular regular expression. If anything starting with this one, this sudo rule need to be there. Okay. Define this one in back file, not in live file. Okay. Making changes in live file. So what is live? Then I'm doing final check. I'm running vi sudo with this q. My q mean quiet mode minus c mean check minus mean file. Check this temporary file if I good. And mean if first command completed successfully, which mean everything good, then copy this temp file to etc source. So that I'm doing. I'm not doing live modifications because that's something I personally not recommend. So this way. So and if you notice under every task I have used contact. Create rule, create sudo rule, create sudo rule. What it means if I define create sudo rule, automatically these three tasks will be executed. So you can control the task you want to execute in a same playbook. You can put multiple tags. So clear? Like here, same tag because they are part of same work. All things need to be done. So they're in same tag. I give a demo.
We can use this in file option backup file.
Yeah, we use that definitely. We can use that. But again, I'm making two backup copies. One for my complete rollback. Like I'm being more making two copies. That's the reason even my that particular thing fails, I feel I got something to back up. That's yeah. So dash list tags. Okay, so see there are only 3 tags listed. So our 3 tasks code name tag, which is create sudo rule. So let's go playbook. It run all the 3 tags. All the 3 tasks basically which were associated with that particular tag, and row tree must be created. Let's verify. If your tree got created, you can manage your sudo rules basically from single server. You can manage rules on all the servers at the same time. Intelligent with line and file module. If you are using regular expression, it will only do changes if that particular pet is matching whatever you are inputting. Again, another thing I want to tell, because notice here we got 3 different tags. Let's say you want to run this particular 2 tags and whatever the task associated with that one. I already explained, but let me show it again. You can make it comma separated. Like user and sudo rule. They're already done, so it will not change anything, but that's something you can do. Yellow status because the copy command I'm using. It is copy file, so copy file will work. Like this one yellow. Because change, but it copied a file for me. So that's something you want to run to you can comma separated. Good, or any question on this one? I can show you playbook, then we will jump to next thing. Let me so you can see colored wire. So you can, if you got any question, this is the playbook. No, good. So let's jump to Ansible tips and tricks.
Can you show me?
You mentioned that regular expression you mentioned, right?
So Raghuram, this is regular expression.
If
Why we are using it?
Then only it need to be read, right? One is already there on the server.
No, user don't need to be present.
Okay.
Not.
What regular expression mean? If anything is starting with demo user 1, then update this sudo rule. If it is not present, it will create this one. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Right now, this user is not there. It's not created on server, but I want to update here. Let's say no password. So in this way it will do, because this expression will be matching now. The demo user is already in sudo source file. If you see this one. So with the expression, it will update the existing rule instead of creating a new rule. That's something Ansible will do. Let's run it.
So start there also, it will be going to update that line.
Yeah, great. Because sudo is something your user not need to be present.
Okay.
It's not like you, because many times AD users are logging onto your machine, so it's not it. What happened? It's finished. What is the error? Okay. Now something while taking backup copy. These are different wrong formatting. Let me tell you what wrong formatting I picked. So password colon. If sudo rule here, I'm colon. So failed on this particular task because I'm running vsudo after that. So then, okay, here, if you see after this one, before copying the file to actual file, I'm vsudo, I'm verifying the file correct or not. It failed here because my expression was not correct here. So then I'm taking 2 copies and basically a check on my file. Otherwise, I can simply do sign in file module. It will update the sudo rule. Why doing these managing checks? Because I want to make sure my sudo file is accurate. So let's show this time it works. Okay, it worked because I created a syntax right. If you see now, it got no password. So it won't create a new entry because we gave regular expression. If something already with this particular pattern, update the rule instead of creating one. So that's regular. Is it? No, but if not clear, you can tell now. I can explain it again.
It's clear. Actually,
and is it clear to you?
Yes.
Okay, that's good. So let me quickly, because we will be doing one interesting work. I kept at the end. How you can use Ansible to create servers on Amazon. So that thing because I'm not sure what's your interest in this one. Are happy with the training or not? But I'm just dynamic inventory. Just remind me. Before Amazon thing, we will work on dynamic inventory because this is very good to know.
And you said that some server you said, right?
What?
You create one web server. That's completed, right?
Okay. Web server we have already completed.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Okay. So people tips and tricks. Let's say because if your playbook is only 10-20 lines, then you can easily have a look. Okay, what are the old tasks in my playbook? But if your Ansible playbook got 100 different tasks, are you at 1,000 lines? No. So simple you can do, you can use list tasks and it will tasks which are part of that particular playbook. So yeah, and 3 different tasks because in Ansible way what happens? It will form first task, then third, fourth in it. But if you don't want to perform the first 2 tasks, you directly want to start from third task. In that, you can use option -- start -- dash. If you do task name, last name we have added install RPMs, create user, whatever exact task name you have to put it here. Then start from that particular task. Say you don't want Ansible to do all the tasks automated way because Ansible automatically runs one task at one time, then second, third, fourth. Use dash step. What mean? Ansible will ask you whether you want to perform this task, yes, no, or continue. Yes, it will do that task. No mean it will not do that task. Mean it will skip that task. Continue automatically to all tasks. It will assume yes for all the tasks. So that is I'll give you a demo. Syntax checking of your playbook, like whether all the data in your playbook is right or not. Then you can do syntax test checking. So let's do these 4 things first. Then we'll jump to other things. So I'll pick one playbook. We pick this one. Let's pick this one only. So I think I told you can list the tasks and -- list tasks. If you're part of playbook, post entry, user, create sudo file, create sudo rule, final sudo check, and what are the tags associated with each particular task? It will list here. So this is okay. Let's say we want to start from this particular task only. Final sudo. Let's start from this one. Create a user with some groups. I started at post entry. So how I can do that? Notice this time it will start from this particular task, create user with custom group. It skipped the first task because I have asked playbook to start from this task. So there may be some requirement you don't want to perform the particular task. You want to start from some different task. So you can control the behavior of your task. Behavior means at what stage it gets executed. Next thing is step by step. So let's do step by step. So same step. So first task is setup. It is not defined error, but this is the default task which Ansible always perform. If I say no here, my playbook will not continue because no checked. Continue. It haven't checked anything. What do you mean? If you used any Ansible variable like Ansible underscore distribution and Ansible underscore hostname, etc., it will not be aware what are the variables. So that's saying yes. I have said no. Variable. So let's continue saying yes. For next task, adding a new host, that is create custom users. I press T by mistake. So it is saying, okay, these are no, yes, or continue. If I say yes, it will do task. If I say that task, if I say C mean continue, it will assume yes for all the remaining tasks. So that if you will do things based on your interactive way. You want to do that task, don't want to do that task, or you want to continue to default. Question?
You something T means what is T?
I think if you type something in I type T which is not a valid option, it will not fail. It will say this is not valid option.
Okay.
Okay, I'm telling you, like if you press something wrong, then it will tell you. Let's talk about next. Okay. Now about performing syntax checking of your playbook and drive. So syntaxing, how you can do syntax checking of your playbook. Use option as syntax check. If you came back without any error, it means my playbook is good. So let me make some error in my playbook. Let's say microspace here. It is telling me error is this particular thing, the task. Is the issue is not able to load YAML file because that YAML formatting is I disturbed YAML formatting, and it is error is on this particular thing, on the particular line number 10, column number 4. But maybe so it is telling like this there may error. So let me fix it. Let's run this particular check. Okay, it's very important, and here I use this particular feature most of the times before running playbook with dry run. It won't make any change to my target machine, but it will tell me what changes will be made. Let me remove Apache Web Server from my server. So I have Apache from my target machine, okay? But if you see my file may be still present. HTML file is still present. So me book or playbook system admin 1. So let's delete the users which we added, user 1 and user 2. User 1. So let me. What check mode means? It will not make any change on my target machine, but it will check what changes will be made. Little activity. Whatever. I forgot to limit the servers. Is okay. That is always okay. It is see task to host entry, because host entry is already present. That's the reason it is saying it will be green, like no changes will be done. Or create user with custom group. It is saying it is low, like users will be created. Next is to create temporary sudo file and take backup. Where will we condition in skipping, because that's a shell task. Check shell task because shell is a command. It can run that command on remote machine. With shell task, what happens? The check whether shell command will execute it or not. It run that command, and on remote machine, it's not advisable or not a practice to run the command without in check mode. So it was a shell task, but it is, if you see, okay, these changes will be made. This no change made, but it never added a changes because it is executed in check mode. I can do here user, okay, user 1 from TC, okay, simple way ID user 1. If you see present, user 2 is not present. So check mode, I came to know, okay, these particular 2 tasks will be performed, this particular users will be added. Then these changes can be done, you can use your play and your user will be added next time. Let me tell you what happens when you are not sure whether during your actual activity it will make issues or it will go smooth. Because if you read a playbook and you are not sure on production it will go smooth or not, you can run that playbook in check mode. Perform any change, but it will tell you these changes will be performed and your playbook is okay for a final run. If you see right, it added a user because it did it without check mode now. We can see here user rated, right? So this is something which is good to know. You can always use check mode. So if you know on which particular my playbook will be executed. Okay, I think you can use -- list host with your playbook name. It tells you on which servers your playbook will get executed, what are the target servers. List we already discussed. How can multiple tags to be executed, -- tag 1, tag 2. Put it in quotes. I have missed here. You need to put it in quotes. Okay, like to include the tags. Let's say you want to skip the tags. In your playbook, you got 20 tags, but you want to skip 2-3 special tags. Because easy thing. In that way, you can use -- skip tags, and you can put tag names. Then, as I mentioned you, like by default, Ansible will execute commands on target machines, 5 servers at one parallel. If you see 30 servers in your setup, then it's good. But let's say you got 10,000 servers or 1,000 servers. So then in that case, you can change the number of parallel threads with -- forks is equal to number. You can say -- forks is equal to 60. Ansible will execute commands on 60 servers at one time in parallel. Your jobs will get finished quickly. Ansible, you have noticed, Ansible is not having any agent on remote side or the source side. It is less, I mentioned. So the benefit, only such connection is going to do the work, and that is not a like thing, or that's not to put some load on your system, because that's simple SSH connection, nothing else. So that benefit of Ansible. So this is how you can run without specifying an inventory file. Let's say you want to update your inventory file. This is my inventory file. Okay, inventory file, and these are the contents. I use this inventory file, or this file is gone. So how I can run the command on machine? Let particular one, then I can show you, then you will understand it in better way. Let's comment these values for temporarily. If I command on -l cloud, it is not matching any host because commented now, right? Did it in my file here. It is not matching any host, but I want to run this command on this particular server. One mandate or I had a new entry, that's something I have to do. Otherwise, without inventory file, I can't run any command. So I can do workaround in that case. I can this hook -i specifying inventory. I get this particular IP and end with comma. Comma. This is a temporary inventory file. Press enter. If you're running playbook now. So if you want to update your inventory file, you got some temporary testing on 1 or 2 servers, you can always do in this way. You can temporary without a inventory. See, this is get executed, and you may be thinking, if I don't specify comma, then what will happen? If you provided host is empty because it is assuming inventory file now. It assumes, okay, this is your temporary host. And if you go to temporary host, you can specify in this way. If you go to temporary host, comma, 3, 4, always it need to end with comma. Then it assumes this is temporary. Because you can make those comma separated, but there should be a comma after your last server. Then it assumes, okay, this is the temporary thing. Any questions?
No.
So it's always good to know these tips and tricks. Basically, it makes things easy. So now, you want to take break or you want to continue? Or you want to take 10-15 minutes break? You want to take break or you want to continue?
Yes, we want break.
Okay. What about Gagan? Gagan, you want break? You want? So we can take one quick 10-15 minutes break. After that, we will discuss about how to EC2 server using Ansible. Okay? Okay, thank you guys. Bye. You got okay.
I'm back.
And niche. Let's talk about annual inventories quickly. Gagan may have to leave around 6:30, so we will finish the then continue with the rest of the stuff. So my screen is visible. Okay, you know, I've spoken about talked about what we call static inventory. Static inventories are used where, you know, like when you're maintaining your in-house servers, let's say on VMware or physical OpenStack, not OpenStack. OpenStack I can't consider. So your in-house platform, like for last project we were using Solaris and where so we were aware what servers we are provisioning. Let's say on daily basis your company or your team is building 5 or 10 servers. Then it's easy to maintain the static inventory. You can add in that particular group, whatever relevant group. But what happens when you are working with cloud? You are working with OpenStack, where application teams are daily creating 100 servers and daily they decommission those 100 servers at the end. And let's say they are build a server that with a different name. Then you how difficult that will be for system admin to update static inventory every. You can, in my case, where EC2 server, I told you that it might take different IP address. If it's IP address, then how I will communicate? I have to get that IP address manually in file and the static inventory that can communicate. But it's a burden for me. If I got 1,000 servers, how I can manage that? In that case, dynamic inventory comes into the picture. Dynamic inventory is basically a shell script, or sometimes it is a Python script. That depends upon setup to setup what inventory script you use. You can use to query your target machines. It will what are the machines available on network, like the machines which are on. So benefit of dynamic inventory of static inventory, like very less manual effort for managing the inventory because you are not updating anything. It is human error because it is getting collected by scripts. You are not manually updating files, so there are very less chances of making an error. So for purpose, I'm going to download a dynamic inventory script from Ansible. So I will in front of you. I'm going to use example script of EC2. The script. I can control A, control C. If I can make it HPI EC2 dynamic inventory.UI. So this and copy the second script, which is basically ini file. Ini file means that is information file. When dynamic inventory script, it will take whatever the parameters defined in that ini file. Let me copy this one also. If you go provide by but the companies use their own custom inventory script. So that's you like how you want to go with. This is a file. And why we need this ini file? Okay, so first we give you a demo how dynamic inventory works. Let's say you want to ping all the servers which are in inventory. You can use Ansible -ping all, but for all I can say this is my inventory file now -i. I'm saying this is my script. You need to use. It is giving error saying what should happen. Okay. is in it. So something not got copied properly. Let me see. Yeah, looks good. Well, it would maybe just stick to the naming.
So in most of the places where the production environment is, we'll be using static inventory instead of dynamic.
So then in my setup, we use both static and dynamic.
Okay.
Yeah. So that and like what public cloud. In that case, I will say go with dynamic inventory, which will tell you data quickly. Your in-house things like your VM and Solaris thing. Just use the static one. There is okay. Let me make it 755. Maybe special permission. Let me code again. It's just fine. Why the device is saying file is not there? Okay, so the looks like so. Before sorry about this thing, I gave issue. So EC2. This is doing something and you issue. So file is already there. Why is giving error? CC2 issues. I think I'm not sure why it's giving error. Because I'm on Ansible script and I don't have access or any EC2 instances where you can download and run on your version. It should work. So this is not my script, so it can't. Let me again. It has inventory script. Execution error line 1587, 181. Something which I'm not sure, because this is a big Python code. It will take a long time to debug. This one.
Let's see what's on 1587.
1587. Such number.
For 15,
No. It's the last line. Let me open the script. Maybe some during copy paste, or let me. There is a way to download a file instead of copying the content. Maybe something wrong is getting copied. That's what I'm thinking. Go to C variable, ini, or OpenStack if you are using OpenStack. Let's stick with this one. Book. Inventory, C2 inventory script. Because about copied properly. We see if I have a copy of their old script which was working, because I tested this thing 2-3 days back. This is something we did now. This is this. Copy of their old script. You remember we did a session on this one? Let me give you a demo how it will work. So there is something wrong with their script, because I don't want to spend more time on this troubleshooting. I'll show you how it works. YouTube. Just already tested it is working. Inventory. Can you? I'm just trying to give demo because I don't have copy of old file, but I can tell you how inventory file works. What happens? Okay, so there's something. Just pay attention to screen when you're in a dynamic inventory, because I don't have copy now. Something they have changed, because last time I copied the inventory script. When you run your inventory script, Ansible -i dash inventory dash ec.py, that's a script. User EC2 user, and you can put tags, because I'm sure you're not aware about Amazon. Amazon, what happens? The easy way to identify whether that production is server is production or non-production. We tag. We do tagging of every resource in Amazon. So you can put tag name, whatever tag name given. You got specific tag for your production. You can say this is my production server. If you got tag non-prod, you can say this is non-prod. And you can add your application tag. In that way, Amazon inventory can work. But if you're not aware on Amazon, that may be you to understand. When you run inventory script, this is a way to run inventory script, and let me show you how output will look like. Inventory, if you see, I have just run inventory, not here, but in my video. So when inventory, it checks what particular server got this tag. It checks its IP address, because there is no static inventory now, but it automatically checked at Amazon and what the server is having this particular tag, and it listed its IP address and told server is reachable. So that makes inventory work. role of ini file. The ini file is basically controlling what you can define. That's something I can explain to you now, like how ini file control the behavior. This was you. I just thought to share in video because right now script is not working. Well, let me try that script with the two user, but I don't think that will make difference. EC2 script. It is giving. It got some issue with the one say maybe need some special module which is not on my machine, but on same machine I tried it. It was working before. But leave it apart. Let me talk about the script which is controlling behavior of dynamic inventory. So if you see, it is definition like EC2. What it means, it will use EC2 group. At one thing maybe in your mind, how and can communicate with Amazon, right? How the script will automatically go to Amazon and it will know these belong to Yogesh or these servers belong to this particular company. Because here Amazon Access, I have configured my account locally using Amazon CLI to tell this my account on target machine. These servers or these particular servers belong to my account. That's why Amazon EC2 dynamic inventory script know these servers to be checked. After region, and how they work, they go different regions like Australia is a region, India is a region. Like they got around 12-13 regions, I believe. And India they got 3 different availability zones. Similar in India, I believe they got 2 availability zones. So there are different things. And how to make here I have said region is equal to all, but regions to be excluded. Excluded means you don't want to check regions. You can say list of all regions. But in case I'm running all my services in Australia, I can specify this is my region, Australia region. Australia region is AP-Southside. So that's a region name I can specify here. What need to be destination variable is using public DNS name. Like attempt Amazon's public DNS name. Sorry. 53, it will not check any Route 53. What is Route 53? That's basically DNS service of Amazon. It will not pick up on Route 53 by default. For instances. So by default, only running instances are returned. Right? I told you only running instances, but want to change behavior, you can set it to true or false here. So it takes stopped instances also, the instances which are not running. Not to check any other service because you are not aware on Amazon. These things may be something which may not make sense to you, but in that way you can change the behavior and different conditions. How you want to group instances, whether by region or group by AMI ID. So for this you need to know Amazon if you want to understand dynamic inventory. But that was quick demo in my YouTube video as I explained. You can use this one to dynamic way. Let's see if I got old script because back up here with scripts. Let me see what scripts I got. No, I have a particular thing. Don't hold file. Thing to do with dynamic inventory. Do you have any question? No. Let's talk about roles now. Ansible roles. I've discussed Ansible playbook. Right? In a playbook, we are defining everything in a single playbook file. But what we have to do, big thing, let's say we have to configure whole application. We have to create a complete web server. We have to manage multiple configurations. So are you to maintain separate playbook files? No. Don't repeat your code, right? You want to use whatever things you can reuse. That's the way. So in this case, you can use roles. Let me do what role I have created. I have created a role with name HTTP. This is which I created in morning. To create a role, by default when you install Ansible, there may be directory called etc and /roles. Okay, so this is the my custom data, but this is role which I created. Inside your role directory, create a directory called httpd, and I want you guys to speak. You need to tell me of these directories. So, Onilesh, just tell me what are the key components of Ansible playbook quickly. Ansible playbook.
Modules, templates.
Do you want to add something, or that's it?
That should be users, and those are the things that we define.
Yeah, those are the things. That's right. So it works because you know what generally we do in Ansible playbook. Think from playbook point of view only. Server, what we did, we copied a file from source machine to target machine, right? It was a file. The directories which I created manually. I will show you how to automatically create that directories. This directory will have all the files which are static files, means not a variable data. That means this directory will contain all files which are having data which can be dynamic, which can be changed using Jinja to format or any other way. If you want to define any variable, you can define in this directory. You can create a file inside /var directory, it will be variable. So that was question which you asked in morning. We can define multiple variables. So you can define it here inside this particular directory. Then handler. What handlers are basically, you have installed a package. What Yum will do, it will only install the package, but it will not start service. Then you, once one task is done, notify something. Notifier, we call it. So now you can tell the task you need to notify. Once you notify this particular task, definition in that particular notify task, it will go to handler. Handler is again a playbook, small playbook, which will the task whatever definition defined. What task is basically, you know, in our playbook we got tasks, right? We have tasks that we use, mix of modules, different modules. So that goes to tasks. So now let me give you a quick demo, like what is the configuration I got. LS files, it got one file index.html, my static file. Let's show you content. Stop me where you got the issue. In this index.html, if you see, there is no variable data because I haven't used right. So all the data is static. If you see, specially written, this is my static file. This is index.html, which is static file. Now let me show you template one. If you have added extension J2, which is Jinja 2, I have used a variable here. If you see, this is from setup module. It will, the server host name is this one, and operating system is this one. From the Ansible distribution will come, it will come from setup module. So file got variable data. Both files are index.html, but this is template one J2, one is the static one which is without any extension and is inside files. So what happens, whatever data, if I put two files inside files, then a static file, Ansible will assume that is static file. Ansible checks what directory structure in case of roles. So as inside files, that is static, and it's inside template, Ansible, that's a dynamic data. Okay. So now let's talk about other things. Where basically variables. Now I haven't defined anything inside var, but got variables. You want to define something? Let's do cd var and called touch app. Here you can add something in this file. If you want to variable data in this way, here you can say server name is equal colon test23. So this is a variable, this is value. So Gagan, we can create multiple files in vast directory. So actually, when you run playbook, Ansible will check all the files inside this one. So wherever the variable is defined, and it will the value and put that in template. So that variables. Now let's talk about task. How to work. So task basically the simple task which we run in our playbooks. If you that task definition is starting, this is task definition. So similar thing we are doing in Ansible tasks. Well, let me show you tasks YML. In tasks, if this time I haven't mentioned host group, which host or which user to be used, because it is something which will be controlled by common file. So in task I'm saying these are the tasks which need to be executed. Something which I haven't explained in morning, but I'm explaining now. You can see packages in this way also. Not to specify everything in single line. You can yum name equal to httpd next line state need to be present. In that way you can do. So I'm using notify feature. What when installation is completed, this package is installed, then notify this particular task which is start httpd. But the start httpd not here. You can start httpd. So I wrote this one in couple of seconds. Task is to copy. I have created two tasks. One is to copy the template file. For template file, I'm in template module and it's a source file. So automatically what this will do, it will go to template directory and file would be this one on the target machine, and that I'm using notifier. Again, I'm using notifier with restart httpd. Restart httpd here. Why I'm using start httpd here? I will talk in 2 minutes. At the copying another file for demo only. There is no need of this task, but I'm just doing for demo. I'm copying copy module now. Copy module will go to files because copy assume the data is static one. So it will check whatever in files directory, it will copy that one. So it will copy index.html with index static.html file on target machine. Now talk about what is notify. Notify is basically notify some different tasks where it will find where it will to whom it will notify. It will notify the things to handler. So what is when anything is changed, and when anything is changed, then only handler take action. With what happens? Let's say you have task to restart application. It will always restart application. But with what happens? If something is changed, something is triggered, then only it will restart or perform action. That's the beauty of handler. What I have defined in handler. Two tasks. One is start httpd. That was a name. The task is restart httpd. When start, I'm saying state need to be started. When start, I'm saying state need to be restarted. Now you can see there is link between each and every directory. One directory got dynamic file, one directory got number of tasks, one directory got variables, one directory got handlers. So let's play book quickly on our and let me tell you, now you will be thinking there are multiple playbooks, each directory or this handler got their different playbooks. How they will be controlled? To control in main directory etc Ansible. Let me show you. Okay, a file called httpd role.yml. In that, if you see, only this is the thing which I define, which is the main requirement on which host it need to be executed. And I've used roles variable. I've told which role to be used, use httpd. Then what it will do, it will go to roles directory, see which role got this particular information, httpd. It will run all the tasks inside that particular directory. Explain. Here it got roles and httpd. Role now. Inside roles, I created a role with httpd. And book, let me show you again. I run role with the PD on all servers. Playbook only, but there is a structure. We have created separate directory for separate things. Before I give you a demo of this.
Directories are created.
I will give you one best way. Created these directories manually, but I tell you like what is another way to create directory, because you need to be template or templates, whether var or where. Sometimes we make mistakes. I will do that. But apart from that, any other question?
All those directories are the standard directories that need to be created everywhere whenever we are defining a role.
Definitely. Yeah.
Okay.
Like you can't create some directory with some funny name or some funky, because Ansible assumes wherever templates is written, this is the directory. I have to check this particular directory. Where a file, so file, it will check data inside files. There are, like you can define variable, it will go to vast directory. So that's Ansible way, Ansible structure. What? Raghu, Nilesh, Nitesh, Ashok.
No.
Give you a quick demo of this particular role. It is good to use roles instead of playbook, because for learn roles will be easy instead of book. Our rule. Let me uncomment the host entry which I commented earlier. Let's run over now. Role name. Okay, -L. Let's run on cloud one. The first, now it is installing Apache. Apache is okay. It was not installed, so it's installed now. Now it is copying the file is copied. Now it is copying static. So there is no need to copy two files, but for demo only, how to copy two files. So you will be aware how it is looking data from template directory and how it is looking data from files directory. So server is configured. So let me quickly show you the server. You see our dynamic data. Let me maximize it. It's this one. This is the FQDN name, because we defined in FQDN, Ansible FQDN. So we automatically picked FQDN with the template. And operating system is Red Hat, because we defined Ansible distribution. Let me show you. If we defined cat roles template G template, because the server is hosted on Ansible FQDN, which is a variable which will come from setup, and distribution which was operating system, and we are able to see like it worked. SQL name, Ansible server, not Ansible server. The operating system is Red Hat. So this data it automatically picked from the. Say I want to see static file. Because I copied static file also, so I can say slash. What was the file name? Let me please check. Target machine and this one is where you text HTML. Okay, if you say static, so data is static, there is no variable data. The previous one, there was dynamic data, which got modified. So that's the way roles are used. And Gagan comes to your question, how you can create these directories. If you don't remember what old directories, so for that one, so use the Ansible Galaxy command. How it works? Ansible-Galaxy initialize. You are going to initialize a role. A role name, let's say I'm saying this is Ansible lab role. You can give any name which makes sense to you. Let's say you are creating Solaris patching. For Solaris patching, you can name it Solaris patching. You can make Solaris LDOM or whatever name is relevant to you. Just command and it will directly for you, and it will create all these subdirectories. We may use all subdirectories, but Ansible will create based on its default configuration. So this is created. Let me quickly cd. If I press -L, if you see all the directory structure is created. What is meta? If you want dependency between a couple of tasks, you want this particular task to finish in your task directory. For example, you may have 2-3 different playbooks. For example, you want first playbook to be executed first, the second one, then third one. In that way, you can create dependency in meta. If you want to test something, but we usually don't use this one, and this is the review how configuration can be defined. What are the dependencies? How you can tell this particular role to be used? Everything is here. Not much, but that's basic. And you can create a directory structure again. Any question?
Yes.
Yeah. One thing I want to tell, we generally don't use test one. This is only for if you want to perform some test, if you want to store some dummy data, but it is not used. So handler files, templates, variables. Even we used default. And let me show you content with every directory that you task. By default, it will create a YAML file for you. If you see this automatically created, I haven't created. And let me show content. It will be dummy file with the YAML format. If you see the YAML format and the task. So it will create main.yml file. So we need to remember how we have to call role. So I have already discussed. You can simply can say it a variable, and you can tell HTTPD role to be run. And let me tell you how this can be useful for you guys. Let you got one role which is to configure SOE operating system. Okay, for example, your Linux hardening kind of thing. Second, you say that server, if that server is going to be database, you can add second role. Those can be comma separated. After HTTPD, you can do comma database or SOE comma HTTPD, SOE comma database, whatever role. In that way, when you run that playbook, it will automatically pick the data from those roles. What you need to write separate playbook for each and every task. But it means reuse the roles. For your Red Hat 6, you can reuse that role multiple times you want. You don't need to write 1,000 line playbook each and every time for tasks. So to stop things which need to be repeated, that's the better of choosing roles. And question? Any question, Nitesh?
No question, Yogesh.
What is role? Why we need role?
Yes.
If doubt, I can explain again. You still here or you dropped?
I'm
Right, man. It's 36. You told
yeah,
it's 30.
I'll be dropping now. So
So, like, role is clear to you?
yeah,
Like,
it's
why
clear.
we use role? Then
Yeah.
some documentation after this session. That's a very good book. Okay. Thanks,
Alright.
Gagan. If you want,
Okay.
you can drop. I will continue with other guys.
Thank you. Bye.
So, are you comfortable? What are roles? Why we use role?
Yes, Yogesh.
You guys can ask if you got any doubt in your mind. I can try to clear. From I'm not saying like doubt from even you got some doubt from tomorrow. If you have a question, you can ask now. We go 1 hour. Like you can discuss the things. Raghuram, any question? You can think, you can share your screen if you want to do something. Nilesh, you can share if you are doing something you are stucking, I can help you guys. So this hour is only for the troubleshooting things.
To test after testing.
Okay.
Hope you did it, right? Do one, please.
Yeah, I created because do until need to be like with some other statements. I don't have a bigger script where I can define that. So I'm using shell for that purpose. Use do until Raghu.
Okay.
I can send you an example if you want how to do that. If something is not needed. Other things I can tell you. Let me think. Because see, this is something which is basic to intermediate. If you're going to advanced level, there are many things like the J2. That big certification to how you can manipulate the things inside Jinja 2, how you can make calculations, how you can use different variables, how you can multiply things, how you can subtract things. So these are many things, but those comes into advanced level of J2. Jinja 2, we call it Jinja 2. So something which is not supposed to cover in this session. I thought try to cover whatever max I can, and you can create roles for everything. Let me think any other. So you got any question, Nitesh, if you want me to answer now?
Right now, no, nothing. Yes. If we practice anything, if we get any issues, so
Yes, Ashok, you can ask Ashok. Ashok is very comfortable on these things. Right, Ashok? So you can help
Yeah.
Nitesh if we need anything, right? And Raghu, Ashok is also from Hyderabad. I believe you know this thing, right?
Yes.
No, he's asking me to meet one time, but we are getting time to meet. Raghu, this time we definitely will meet.
But Ashok, from our end, just offer a 1 cup of tea to Raghu. Huh?
Yeah,
Ashok,
sure. Not
he is our customer now. Man.
Sure.
Raghu,
What about certification? Certification, how can we do the certification?
personally speaking, they got one exam. Exam code is D07, I believe. But I'm not sure if you have to take training before doing that certification. And training is in Australia, $4,000.
Oh, Australia. Okay.
Yeah, India it may be 1 lakh rupees something for training. Certification I don't think is needed, but if you want to go with certification, let me tell you. Before need to gain experience, man. Ansible certification.
Yes. It's a lot. After that only, like,
Yeah. 2-3 type of exam. One is expert exam, one is basic exam, which we discussed. Okay, let me share something. You think what things we have covered. You can screen, right? Thing is in certification, usable inventory to define group of host. So we discussed this thing, right? You know how to create group, how you can manage creating Ansible playbook. You know how to create playbook now. To convert system to a specified state. As we configured one server, make a web server or Apache server, we have already done this task. Then you're using Ansible template to create customized config file for host, which I just demonstrated how you can use template to put data, right? Thing is creating Ansible role, which we just discussed how you can create Ansible role. Next, use Ansible Vault in playbook to protect sensitive data. I can give you a demo of Ansible Vault, not in my agenda, but that's not a big thing. It will take 5-10 minutes only. Or if you want to wait, I can record a video on this one and send you a link. That would be better. In that video, I will explain it in more detail. But Ansible Vault, let me quickly tell you. You can define your confidential information. You can define your SH key. You can define your password, for example. And who got access to your system, he or she can check whatever you have defined. So he can get your confidential data. So for that case, you can use Ansible Vault. Ansible Vault is basically, it creates a layer over your file. That will be an file. So whenever you run your playbook, you can type a password, because whenever you run a playbook, it will ask what is your password of this playbook. You can type password, then only it will continue with that playbook. So that security thing. Okay. That is nothing that will take 10 minutes. Let me give you a quick example. Okay, I learned the thing. Let me tell you the way how I am learning the thing. I'm not aware basically what I do, Raghu. Share one example. Vault help page. How you can create, so simply just go to Ansible document and check the file. Show you how we can quickly do the things. Let me, and not that much difficult. And okay, let's say this is our playbook which we want to encrypt. Let's say we want to encrypt which one? Anything. Let's this one result.yml. I want to encrypt that one, so I can use Ansible Vault. Then I have to put create before, because I'm creating a vault now. If you so I have the password. My script is already existing. Basically, what happens? I have to type a new script name. So I've defined this particular playbook. Okay. For example, I'm not mentioning anything, and I create. So particular script is created. If I do file on this one, this is what can read data. If I do cat, if you see encrypted data, playbook only, but it got encrypted data. Raghu,
yes.
so you see the data is encrypted data. How I can encrypt an existing script? Say I got some which is encrypt the existing file, so I can use, because here I used create a new file. So I'm encrypt my existing file, I can say encrypt here. This is what I am typing here, password. Particular script is already encrypted because script name typed wrong. This need to be one. So if you see, I have encrypted existing script. In that way, you can encrypt a existing script. Let's try to run this script, Raghuram, now.
Okay.
Know what is the benefit of this one. So I'm running the script which I ran earlier with same tag. Encrypted now. What is the error? Decryption failed because this script is encrypted. People cannot read the script. So what I have to do, I have to say when no. If I decrypt, what is the benefit, man? That's not security. So I say that ask vault password. If you see, for running it is asking me password. What was the password? I'm typing my password. I typed my password and see script started execution. See your vault. You can encrypt your script, but only thing you have to remember the password. Because Ansible documentation, and a way if you forgot password, how you can restore a script. So that is something they are missing. So just make sure. And how you can edit a script which is encrypted. In that case, you can use Ansible Vault. Edit. Let's show you. To edit, I can say Ansible Vault at .conf. It is asking password. I have the password and it is allowing me to add it. Then save my script and quit. So we encrypt it. So something about Ansible Vault, and let's see what other thing. Ansible Tower. What is Ansible Tower? Let me quickly tell you. What is Ansible Tower? Ansible Tower is a graphical user interface version of Ansible. So how it works? Ansible Tower got couple of additional benefits. Let me tell you what the additional benefits. You create a Excel control list in Ansible Tower. That's a graphical version, and you can integrate that with your LDAP. With another benefit is that whenever you run a playbook, it saves log. What happened? Like it saves 6 months old data, something. The Ansible core, which I just given you training, that will not save that much data, old data. But I don't think we need old data like what happened 6 months back, because we are system admin. This is a paid version, but like you want to use Ansible Tower, you can use it. That's a paid version basically. This is not free. Everything else is free. These things are free. Ansible Tower, that is a costly product, very costly product. So if we have covered approximately 95% of expertise certification. There is a certification called base certification. Do that, or even you want to learn that, but you need to study the things. You need to spend like 3 months to practice all the things, then you will be happy. Because you can see, sorry.
What would be?
Take your interview now. All okay. If you this is course number DO407, which is automation with Ansible. But we covered lot of things extra from this course. The course automation with Ansible with exam. So they are same basically. We have covered expert level course in this one, but don't think like you will be expert. So we basically covered the basic things. So I have told you this is a path, take you to good direction. Now you have to follow that path. Don't think like I will tell you how you can run. I have just told you how to walk. Now with experience, you can know how you can run on that particular track. Okay?
Yes.
Do something wrong, don't blame me. If you do something good, then you can take my name. Huh? You can remember my name. Oh, do you want to know how to get EC2 instances from Amazon, like Ansible?
Yes.
Let me turn on my electricity. Sorry, my light, tube light. Raghuram and Nitish, whatever I told, it took around 1 year for me to learn. So don't, because no one was teaching, I was learning at my own level by doing the things at my office. So you pay attention, then only you can learn. So now talk about EC2 creation playbook. What it will do, to understand this playbook, you need to have knowledge on Amazon. But if it may be not useful for you, but let me tell you how it works. With first task, I am loading my EC2 key to Amazon. Way like Amazon can give its own key to us, but I'm not in key from Amazon. I'm saying Amazon, I will give my key to you. You put that key on all the servers which you are building. So I'm on key. A security group. Security is basically a firewall group. Using EC2 group module. This is a module for EC2 grouping. Where this will be my group name. This is the description. In this region, it needs to be clear. These are the rules. Like on TCP protocol, allow traffic on port 80. TCP protocol, allow traffic on port 22, because that's the reason I'm running my web server. You have just noticed, right? I give you a demo on EC2 web server. That's the reason I'm running port 80 for SSH. And I for ping request. I'm saying everything block. So these 2-3 things are allowed into my subnet. So I'm controlling my firewall. I'm on with the Ansible. I'm creating EC2 instance. I'm saying instance and region. This is the instance. This is the AMI ID. Count server. Here, it's 5 servers in 1 minute. Okay. Then I'm saying particular subnet ID as a public IP. That's the reason I'm able to access my EC2 server from here. I'm registering all output into a variable named this one. Then wait for SSH to come up. You remember this thing we talked about patching during patching thing. So I'm my server to come up. So let me quickly build a server. So your Ansible is doing the thing. See, a simple thing, I just executed my playbook and now will create a server for me on Amazon. Yes, interview questions?
Yeah, Yogesh.
And Nitesh, you? Yeah, don't think like you have to give right answer. Whatever comes into your mind, give me answer. I can correct you. Okay? Okay, server is great. It's changed. Now it is waiting for that server to come up. And basically, what is happening? Amazon is charging me for everything I'm doing.
Oh.
I created a server, and this server I'm running. Let me show you uptime. Because I booted this server 2 hours back, so this server is running for last 7 hours. So I was on a money for this one for the demo. Because due to some reason my VMs or K machines are not responding. They are hanging, so I just thought to give you a session on this one. So let's show you the new server which is getting created. Okay, notice here, this server which just got created, this one, and 6:53, which is the time at my end. Like 2 minutes back, the server got created. You can think like with Ansible, we created a server and it is running now. And let me this might be finished. If you see this is finished and I got all the information, like this is a public IP of my server. So I access to this server now. Oh, I done a mistake. Let me get rid of it. So if you created, if I run up time, it just voted a minute back. So that way you can think like in 1 minute I created a server and it is. That's the beauty of Ansible, like everything is automated. No need to take tension like what will happen because everything will go good because defined configuration. There are no chances of damages because con files and we are not doing adding manually. See, Amazon built for me for my current usage. The coupon. Okay, that's good. Yeah, credits. I'm using credits because I bought a voucher. Sure, why it is not updating? Oh, it's not updating how much I have used. It is still saying I got $49. But that's not issue. That's good for me. Yeah, great man. And Amazon to charge me something at the end. Okay. Okay, let me talk about some interview questions. So one by one. Quickly, yeah. So what is Ansible?
Tool like and by using and it for automation like a number of things are there.
Okay, so what is Ansible?
This automation tool which we can use to deploy and orchestration and provisioning the servers and it will work based on the SSH protocol. But that is it's encrypted the connection between client and server.
So Raghuram, you got answer. You have to define in this way. You told the right things, but you have to define in the way Ashok told. He covered everything in 2 lines. Okay? And Nitesh, question for you. Protocol Ansible used for communication.
SS protocol.
Yes, so say SSH protocol. You define in a way. We say, what is your name? You will say Nitesh. That is not good. You have to say, my name is Nitesh, right?
Yeah.
Nitesh. When I what protocol use, you said SSH. No, that's not thing. You are at interview. You have to say it will. Ansible works over SSH protocol, and it make use of WinRM module. So that's a way to answer. Okay. I'm just don't take negatively. But I'm just improving your interviewing skills. Okay. Raghuram, what is the benefit of using Ansible over other tools?
Less than will be there, like there is no deployment of each and every agent on the client servers that is required. Using port 22 SSH protocol, it is so it will be
No. Okay, that's fine, but that's not right way to answer. Let me answer. So if you ask me what is the benefit of Ansible over other automation tools. Okay, so Ansible is a very rapidly growing automation tool. The reach is an agentless tool. It's don't need agent to be running on master or client side. And then for its communication, it is make use of SSH protocol, which is encrypted. So from security point of view, like it's safe. Other thing I want to tell you that Ansible is open source, so I don't have to spend a lot of money or big amount of money to buy a license. So then I will use Ansible. So you have to be clear what you are telling. Even you are telling right thing, but the way of expressing, the guy think you are a beginner. You know very basic thing. things. So you have to be expressive, how you can express the things in right way. So next question to Ashok. Ashok, what is the difference between files and templates?
First will contain the static data, and the template will contain the dynamic data.
Okay, Ashok, so I want to correct you a little bit. Find the templates. They are basically in files inside Ansible. The difference between file and template is that files always contain static data, but templates may contain. You have heard may. What template? What if in template I have not used a variable? Then it means data, right? So contain dynamic data. You have to use word may. Not always true, like you can put variable data. Let's say you don't want to put variable data, then template will work. Okay, that's good. So Nitesh, question for you. Why we use Ansible playbooks?
Playbook to run the tasks, different 3-4 like one more task.
Okay, so answer would be different. Raghuram, do you want to answer this question or you want me to answer?
To answer it.
Okay, why we use Ansible playbook? The question is, and work on target machines in two ways. One is using ad hoc command, second is playbook. Ad hoc command, we have to run each command every time. With play, we can automate the ad hoc commands. Portion in a scripted way, we make use of playbook. That's all answer. So, in okay, question is for everyone. So whoever is more comfortable, then can let me know who can answer this one. As system engineer, what you will prefer? You want root to for Ansible communication, or you want a custom user for the communication?
Always it's preferable to use the custom user which having perform like permissions to execute those particular tasks. Because whenever something goes wrong, something went bad, so we like bring it back to the changes whatever we done with a particular user. So root will destroy our system without specifying anything.
That's a good answer.
So
It was recommended to use non-root account for Ansible configuration and communication. Reasoning usually fix if something bad happens because you still go root account. Okay, that's good. Question for you, Raghuram Polga. How to check what are the modules available on your Ansible system?
And some doc space.
Yes, Mr.
Yes.
So Rapola, you have to improve the way you answer the things. Because you are technical, you know technically, but you have to express yourself. I'm repeating these things for you. Nitesh, Ashok, you can whatever Ashok is telling, like and you, because told Ansible dash talk. Mock drill, you have to, as like I'm an interviewer, right? So you have to tell there are two ways we can check the available modules. One way, if I know Ansible version, I can go to Ansible website and see what are the modules delivered by that particular version. That's the first way. If I don't have internet access, I want to check locally on the system where Ansible is installed. I can run Ansible -docs -l. It will list all the available modules. So this is your answer. Okay. So you have to be expressive because whenever you are applying for a role, maybe okay, this guy is not expressive. So you can improve that one, Raghu. Huh? This is not only for interview, but for everything. Okay. Here I was like you know me, like I was not talking much, but it's always good to explain things in better way. Okay? Yeah. Hitesh, question for you. If I want to check information about one particular module, how I can check that?
We'll use a command Ansible -doc and module name.
Yeah, that's good. So you also one suggestion for you, be more informative. Huh?
Okay.
Then you are technical guy. I understood after this session. You understand things technically, but you have to be more expressive because you can like this way. The quick way is to check with Ansible -doc, then module name. It will list all the options which are supported by that particular module. Same thing which you told me, but I'm explaining it in some better way. Where yeah, he know everything about this particular module, right?
Yeah.
Okay, not Ashok, because Ashok I know because Ashok is working on Ansible from last 3-4 months now. Raghu, question for you, man. Are you still happy with the question, or you want me to stop?
Only the questions.
We can continue for another 20 minutes, then I will drop. So, Raghu, question for you. What is Ansible Vault?
Ansible, it's used for security purpose, like SSL authentication, so that users cannot use file. It is much secure.
Okay, is 70% okay? It is better than whatever you answered before because you express things in a better way than before. I am happy. But what you can add, let me tell you. Ansible is not a tool, first of all. Ansible is a tool. And you have to be clear what is it. Sorry.
Command utility.
Yeah, it's a command line utility of Ansible tool. What you can say, Ansible Vault is a utility, Ansible, which is used to encrypt a playbook or the confidential data. Simple answer. Okay, you have to be clear what is tool, what is utility. Because like when you install operating system, the NTP is command. When they NTPD, that is becomes a daemon. Right? So you have to make sure what is the proper term. Okay, this time it was good, Raghu. Okay. Question for you: what are Ansible roles?
So we can define multiple tasks. We can like we can perform on machines. It may be the dynamic data, or it can be multiple tasks, and role should also. I think I'm sure about it.
I'm not sure. I can. Yeah, Raghu, do you want to answer this one? What are Ansible roles?
No,
Desh?
No.
Yeah.
What are Ansible roles? Ansible roles are nothing but they are organized playbooks. In playbook, what happens whenever we write a playbook? Let's say book is very lengthy, which is having 1,000 lines. So if we're going to write a different playbook, we can reuse the code which is in one playbook, and book is going to have same code. To reuse that code, we can define that particular playbook in a role. And the benefit of using role is that we can reuse the code. So no one to write repeated code. The reason we are using role. When we create a role, some specified or customized directory structure, which it may contain first directory, template directory, value directory, handle directory, meta directory. In which that way we can define the playbook in some customized or you say better way. Something you can tell about role. Okay, it's a playbook only, but in well-defined way. So, Ram, question for you. How do you do syntax checking of your playbook? playbook?
6. Ansible like some dot syntax.
Wrong. Nitesh?
Ansible, I have with the playbook, -hyphen syntax -check. We'll use a command.
Yeah. So that's right. Ansible dash playbook space playbook name space dash dash syntax dash check. That's right. So clear how to do syntax checking?
Yeah, clear. Ansible.
Yeah. I think on a playbook in dry run mode or check only mode. Raghu?
Check mode, Ansible icon playbook. The YML file name we need to give, and we need to give the syntax. I check maybe.
Right. So, one tip: whenever you are attending interview, if something you have doubt, just speak slowly. Huh? That is a tip for you, Raghu. Just speak slowly, then you can think what you want to answer. Because first you try to say syntax, no, then you said right answer dash dash check. What means some confusion in your mind. Some tools were going into your mind. To make that comfortable, what you can do, you can speak slowly. Then it will give you more comfortable to think. You will get 1 or 2 seconds extra to think like what you want to answer. Okay?
Okay.
Other question for Ashok. Raghu just answered we can run playbook in dash dash check, which is check mode. Why need to run playbook in check mode?
Yeah, the mode it will help us to when tasks are going to be okay. We can before making the changes on the target mission. It's like task verification.
You are confused on this one, Ashok. You are thinking too much, I would say. And Nitesh, do you want to add something on why we want to run playbook in check mode?
Actually, it is used for checking whether the files are changing, what are the changes need done on client target machine. It shows what are the changes.
Yeah, that's good. So, basically, what is check mode? Check mode is only to ensure what changes that particular playbook is going to make on the target machine. So, the answer, one line answer. You explain what is as check or simple. When playing check mode, it does perform any change, but it only checks what are the changes to be performed on the target machine. That's it. You are answering. Okay, so it is a comfort level to you as well as interviewer. If you answer quickly and in a flow, interviewer will be happy. He will be thinking, okay, you got knowledge. Think 1 or 2 times, then speak. Think 1 or 2 times, then speak, then stop. So that is something, because that's not a difficult thing. Only thing was maybe I am answering this very quickly because I'm working on this tool from last 6-7 months. But in case of you, like you are just started yesterday. Make a friends, but like slow to get these. Not only for this one, but for anything. Whenever you are attending any interview, you be speaking only the required information in a well way. So that configuration file for Ansible. In file all the configuration is saved.
It's ansible.cfg.
Raghu, you have to make sure you always follow this because still you are not described. The configuration is saved inside /etc/ansible/ansible.cfg. This is right. So try to speak in this way. We have to make it practice, otherwise it will be difficult. Okay. And question for you: how many inventories we got in Ansible? you got in Ansible?
Can I answer this?
You can answer.
Starting with inventories to the inventory.
No, answer in right way, man. I want to answer in right way.
Sorry. Yeah.
Because it is, because whatever you're doing now, you will do in actual interview.
Yes.
It will have a bad impression to the interviewer.
So there are two inventories, two types of inventories available in Ansible. One static and second one is dynamic.
Yeah. So Raghuram Pola, why we use static inventory?
Inventory. Static inventory
Let me
can
answer.
be like which is not repeated, like
is used for the system. We are not very frequently built or built it. That's we use dynamic inventory. Dynamic inventory in element where customer is using a cloud system where they daily commission 100 daily decommission 100 system. In that way, it will be difficult to maintain the things in the inventory, and it is a burden on system admin to update static inventory. That's the reason we use dynamic inventory. Dynamic scripts are provided by vendor, and there are multiple scripts available for EC2, OpenStack, Cobbler, and other automation tools. You can say something that you can say. It's okay. And another question: use of setup module. Raghuram, you have to answer this.
set module. I forgot.
No.
Raghuram, don't forget, man. That was one of the main modules I told you. Ashok, I don't want you to answer. You know the answer, I know. Nitesh, can you answer what is the use of setup module?
Use all the system information like host name, IP address, MAC address, everything.
You have to give. Setup is a module which is used to check whether the target machine is reachable over network or not. If it is reachable, it collects all the variables like what is the host name, what is the IP, what are the machine configuration, what is the file system configuration, which user is communicating, everything that collects the information of target machine. You can answer. Okay. So you can ask a question to me. I can answer something. For your mind, any doubt? Quickly, do you have any question in your mind?
One question, Yogesh.
Yeah.
Can we run multiple commands using other commands, like not multiple commands, multiple arguments with commands?
Say multiple argument mean?
If I want to start TPD as well NTP service, service module to use.
No, in that case, you can't use service module. You have to stick with some module. So let me show you. Yes, let me show you how you can do that. Are you right?
Yes.
Just decommission my server. So if I got any client available, let's run on this one. Whatever commands you got, you can put in this way. Okay.
With this way, but
It works.
when we use the service, two services, like for example, we are trying to do start NTPD. The same way, we use start.
Explaining about NTPD. NTPD is not installed, so let me do for you. One second. If you see at this time, it has like up 3 commands, but it gave error. Error is the system is not able to communicate with the. Yeah, so there might be something wrong. Let me quickly log into server and fill if resolve.com may be some issue. Fine. That was my mistake in the package name. I've spied NTPD. Package name is NTP. That may be the reason. So let's try this now. You can, okay, you see this is something you were asking, right? With the command I installed NTP first, then with systemctl I enabled service, then started service. Okay. Clicking in admin service started and enabled.
Yes, sir.
So like there to be semicolon sorted. Okay.
Like later we tried with a semicolon, but we can use systemctl enable HTTPD again colon like
you can do that.
Okay.
If you see I did that and you want me to do some different service, also let me do systemctl SSSD.
Yeah, putting a complete command, right?
Yeah.
Use one module. Like
no module that you have to check module whether that is supporting that or not.
Yes, yes.
That reason you can because YUM it supports multiple argument. With service it does not support multiple argument. You have to
yes.
the module limitation. That's the reason I'm telling use shell module instead of that. In that way you can do the thing. So guys, question?
We can write it in a script and we can mention sh and script name. It will execute, right?
Yeah. A module, special module called script module. Let me show you. What script module will do? It will copy script from your source server. Automatically, it will execute script on target machine. It will not copy the script. It will just, if you see here, script module, then your script on source system, then whatever argument you want to pass, that's it, man. So that's one module which you can use. Okay.
Script only, but by using Python scripting, they have created like one tool. It might be a tool, right? It's like a tool only.
So the shell script basically, the shell script with Python, what happens? It is this script to target machine. It executes this script, and whatever the output, it returns to the base system. We are Ansible master. Showing everything in background, but to us it will be visible as a normal shell script. Okay. Any other question, or we can wrap up this session then, if you don't. Yeah, because Nitesh, only thing you have to do practice, and I will be sharing one book, view like which is good book. You can go through that book. That's a big book, 300 pages. But whenever you get time, go through that book and you will learn things. Only you have to make sure you do some practice. Then only you can remember the things. It's not a difficult tool, but practice.
Okay.
And for you, Raghu.
Related to patching and this.
I will share patching. I will share Ansible. I will full of roles. Okay, I will share whatever data I feel relevant. Don't worry about it.
Session as well.
Sorry,
Team also.
what saying, Raghu?
This coming session.
I have recorded.
You know, Ashok, that you have to do. You have to download the both videos and upload, man. That's it for you, but you have to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, guys, for joining this session. With this one, we wind up the Ansible training. So that's completed. If you have already paid money to Ashok, that's fine. If you haven't paid, it's a humble request. Just deposit money to Ashok's account. So again, yeah.
Maybe tomorrow he will be going to get the money. Okay. I think he said. And
Yeah, I informed to Yogesh also.
Yes.
F transfer, I will get Monday morning.
That's not an issue. Raghuram Polai, no, he will deposit money. That's for sure. That's fine. Okay, thanks, guys. If you don't have any question, we will wind up. Huh?
what about AWS? When it will be going to start?
Next week, we are not sure, but we got 4 or 5 guys, I believe. If they, we will start next week.
How session that is?
Like every weekend, we will be speaking 3 hours. Saturday, 3 hours, Sunday, so it would be 4 weekends. Yeah, and discuss in the same way because we will do most of the things practical. If you notice in this session, it was very less, 5% maybe max was theory, but everything was practical. So similar thing we will do with the AWS session.
Okay. Okay.
Get some more candidates, Raghu. You can try if you got 1 or 2 candidates. That would be good for us. Okay.
Definitely. I will take it out.
Okay. Thanks, guys. I'm stopping sharing. Thanks, Ashok. Thanks, Nitesh. Thanks, Raghu. Ashok, I will give you a call in 2 minutes. Huh?
Okay.
Good evening. Bye.
Thanks. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye.